Okay. I got us. Sorry.
Okay, off we go with the April 14th, 2025 DeKalb County Commissioners meeting. And Dottie's substitute is here with us today. Good morning. You want to do the whole show today?
I will try my best.
Okay.
So hiring wise, we have potentially 2 people starting at Sunny Meadows, which would fill the third shift, so be full-time and part-time. And we are still looking for an RFO on night shift at Community Corrections. And that's it for hiring. So besides that, I have some reminders. We're going to have our insurance renewal meeting at 10 a.m. on May 12th. And we need to be thinking about the time frame because open enrollment starts in June. So it's not a lot of time. And then, June or July 1st is our first day of new insurance. So, and then just a reminder for everybody else that if you are wanting to participate in the voluntary wellness program to receive that reduction in premium cost, HR needs to have those physician's forms filled out and returned to us by May 31st. And that includes any spouses on the health plan. So if you're an employee spouse or a family, we would need your spouses for you to get that reduction in premium cost. And then the only other thing that I have right now is the complaint form. Kellen's not here, so I'm not sure how much you want me to go into it during the department head meeting.
I think right now it's kind of on the back burner.
Okay.
It's where he's at with it right now.
Yes, I
Yeah.
know.
Okay.
He'll be here shortly.
Yes. Okay. Well, then I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, that's really all that I had. We're just getting ready for insurance renewal whenever that, and so we're prepared.
Okay.
You have anything for me?
Questions,
What
comments?
date did you say for the wellness?
Okay, so it
You
has
want those back by?
the forms need to be back to HR by the 31st.
Okay.
It's been in the newsletter, it's been on the internet. So, but
Yes.
if anybody has any questions, please don't hesitate to email or call me.
Thank you.
Yeah, Andrew's out at Sunny Meadows also, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll be here in a little bit.
All righty.
Okay, just short and sweet today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When's Lottie coming back?
It is back.
He is back. I
So
thought
she'll
was.
actually be here when Kellen gets here. They had a meeting this morning.
Yeah.
Okay, have a good day. All right, we got some time here. We can go ahead and get into payroll. Kellen has emailed, he's went through the payroll and the claims and has no objection, he can't vote, of course, he's not
Right.
on the screen, so let me go ahead and do that, Jim.
Payroll.
Yeah, let's do payroll.
I'd so move we accept the payroll as presented.
I will second that motion. Additional comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Payroll is approved. A chance to look at claims?
I would so move we accept the claims as presented. Payment.
We'll also accept second claims. I do have a question
Okay.
on claims. I've got the Felger Hart, 9354 is a dollar amount, 303680, Community Corrections. We got problems out there with the heating again, or still, or?
I'm looking. Let me pull it up real quick.
They make a big bill for the order in that system is $9,000. It's a system that's only 5 years old.
Okay, so $2,856 was, they replaced a motor for VAV box.
Yeah,
I don't know what that means, okay. And $6,498 said repairs 3 AAON RTUs, packaged units on the roof, and disposal of old parts. That make sense to you?
Not a whole lot,
Okay, me either.
but the first kind of does, it kind of doesn't, but yeah. It's just,
I guess I'm not sure what's on the roof.
yeah. Is that paid for through, county pay for that? I assume so, but that's what it said on the heading.
No, actually, the project income, it's paid by their user fees.
User fees?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. All right, having said that, any other questions, comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries. Minutes, we had 2 sets of minutes.
Yes,
You want to do them separate or together?
you can do them together.
So move we accept the minutes as presented.
The dates on those were,
For the March 17th and 31st. 31st, March 17th and 31st.
any additional comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed? Minutes are approved. Aye, miscellaneous, or Auburn's,
Those can all be signed.
before we move on. Yeah, just leave them lay over there. Okay.
Oh, I'll take him. He won't sign since he's not here at this time anyways.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's move on to the next item on the miscellaneous. That's the Auburn Farmers Market 2025.
That's a Kellen thing, so we'll have to wait.
It is.
He asked me to put it on the agenda, so I don't know what he
Oh,
wants.
Well, it's
I'm
a
assuming they just want
it's a reoccurring.
to be able to use the
Yeah,
parking
we
lot.
did this always before. All right, we can go ahead and do it.
Okay,
Yeah, let's go ahead. It's just a reoccurring,
perfect.
yeah. Even though somebody probably requested of him, and let's go ahead and, do we have any paperwork on that?
No, I literally got an email from Kellen asking me to put it on other discussion topics, and that's all I know.
So you know. We ought to have, let's hold off on that, see if he's got
Okay.
that copy. Okay. What do you suggest?
Okay, I had scanned in, I think I have, all the information. I am required, well, on behalf of redevelopment, just like I did at the council meeting, I'm required to give you their 2024 annual report, and I submit it on Gateway, all of that. So, I just need you guys to acknowledge that I presented you that report so that we meet the guidelines of Indiana code.
Okay,
I presume we need a motion to accept that, right?
yeah.
Yes, please.
So move we accept it as presented.
Okay, I will second that motion. Additional comments? Public or the commissioners? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries. How about the bulk user agreement?
Let me think about that a minute. Okay, I know that Andrew had been involved and went through all of that. So we would have, okay, we have the bulk user agreement that needs to be passed and approved, and then we also have the ordinance 2025-0-2, revising the fee for the recorder supplying bulk form copies to bulk users. I believe they, Fiddler increased from 3 cents per image to 4 cents per image. The recorder can charge up to 20 cents per image, but Lita is going with 15 cents. So we have to approve the bulk user agreement, and then this ordinance will need to be passed on 3 readings.
Get a chance to look at that.
I did. Questions just seem increase in fees, which be overdue.
Probably.
I would so move we accept the bulk user agreement as presented.
I will second that motion. Are there any additional comments from the commissioners? Comments from the public? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed? Motion is approved.
You have white out.
Yeah.
I signed on the wrong.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, I think I have it. It'll come back. Okay, so. Oh, yes. Okay, so then did you want to go ahead and do the ordinance?
Yeah,
First reading, then waiving it, and then second and third?
oh, that takes 3 readings.
Yeah, since it's an ordinance,
I think we better wait on that. It takes a,
sign on that one.
anything else we can jump on to?
The only other thing that I have, and I mean, I don't know that Kellen needs to be here, but the prosecutor and public defender, they are wanting to go with a Axon video storage company. It was discussed with council in length at their meeting, and they're in agreement with it, and they're fine with paying for it. So I would have the contract to sign for both departments if you want to do that so that they can move forward. That's up to you guys.
Council did approve it
Yeah, council approved it. So basically, we either have to get another server, which I believe was around 70,000, to store all this data. However, that still would mean that it takes forever for them to download like video, like body camera stuff. They have like 5 computers going like all the time trying to get this to download because it takes so long to download. Where this Axon is a cloud-based system, so it's essentially within a couple minutes, all the data is there and they can pull it. It can be viewed different places. And so for a full 5-year contract, the prosecutor one would be just under 70,000. No, that was the public defender.
I had that.
Yeah.
69.
And prosecutor was 83,134. So Besa was in here as well. He agreed that it's a good system to go with. Plus he won't have, or IT wouldn't have their backups that they would have to do because this company is responsible for it. And just the savings alone in office work of trying to download those files is going to be huge. Yeah, that's the 83. So, so everybody was in agreement. We just have the contracts that we need you guys to agree to, if you agree to it, and then sign, and then they'll move on and go forward.
Was that also 40% reimbursed by the state?
Public defender, the public defender one will be 40% reimbursed, so essentially for the 5 years, it'll just be under 42,000. But they're not paying for it as a lump sum, they'll pay for it yearly. Now, the prosecutor this year, they have some extra money in their budget from somebody that they hadn't been able to hire yet. So they are going to put $50,000 down on their 83,000 and then break the rest up over the next 4 years. So that's where we're at with that.
What do you think, Jim? You okay moving ahead with that? Are you okay moving ahead with that?
Yeah, as long as the council approved it. Issue with it. Find anything.
As far as I'm aware, yes.
So you make a motion?
I would so move that we accept the contract as presented.
I will second. And if-
For both prosecutor and public defender.
Correct. Do both at the same time.
yeah. Additional comments? Comments from the public? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye opposed. Motion carries.
Okay.
Really cleaned up. Okay.
Prosecutor one.
Is that it? Is
If I
that
miss
all?
anything, I know where to find it.
Is that all? Just one little motion.
Right?
User agreement.
Okay, Kellen, I know you're just walking in, but I get to bombard you. Farmers Market, were they just wanting approval to use the place again?
Yes, they wanted to have me bring it up so that we can approve it, so they can have the use of it like they've been doing the last so many years.
3 years. I
Yeah.
think it is now, maybe this might be the fourth or third or fourth.
Yeah, maybe third, I think it is. I think we've done it for 3.
No paperwork on that, though.
No, it's always
Just a
just a
verbal-
verbal, yeah,
Okay.
Verbal allowance of it, I think.
yeah.
They used-
And that is to use the county parking lot on the Saturday morning.
On Saturday mornings, they sent, I think in the letter had a schedule of what days it was. If I have to look.
I seem to recall something about insurance. They need to carry some kind of liability on that.
Let me think about I think we talked about that one other time. I can't quite remember what we decided on that, but I think that they do.
If they're, and I assume they're obligated to have something. We need to make sure they do have
Well,
it.
yeah, plus they would have something, I mean, they would have something when they're out on the road also. Okay, here. County parking lot, they've done it for 2 years, so this will be the third. May through October from 7:30 to 1. Yeah, and then other times they use the road, but that wouldn't be us.
That'd be the city, basically.
And the county parking lot it's not used a lot on Saturday mornings. And I don't really think that our paid parking spots have anything to do with it because it's a weekend. We're not really here anyways, and technically that's the city's part of it, but they set up in the back corner of the county part.
Or to the east.
Yeah.
That's all you got, that's all you have on it.
That's all the,
Nothing
yeah, that's
about
all the email
insurance.
says.
Okay. You'll go ahead and make a motion on that? Move.
I'll make a motion.
A motion and second. Additional comments? Yes, ma'am. Come on up.
Lita Hollinger, DeKalb County Recorder. Being a person that does rent one of the city lots, parking spots, they do cover the city parking lot. There's been times I've wanted to use mine on a Saturday, can't get in. There's vendors set up in that.
I don't
So
know that we have control over that on a weekend, though.
I pay, I mean,
Yeah.
it's,
I
I
know
get
we
it for a
pay,
year.
but I thought that we paid for our working hours.
That I'm aware of.
I don't know.
We can block them off at fair time and use them.
I guess that'd be a
Who's in
question,
charge of that?
the city. I guess that'd be a question for the city.
That'd be an issue. Take up with them, I think, at this point, because we'd like, we'd have no control over that part of that lot.
Right.
You pay the
But
city,
if the
right?
county is okaying those vendors to come in on a Saturday morning, you should, my feeling is you should be only okaying them for the county part,
That's all,
not the city part.
that's all we do. We don't
And
okay
they're
anything.
extending over that.
That's an issue for you and the city.
I mean, technically, you probably would
Yeah.
have to
I
get
just
hold of
wanted to
law
bring it up
enforcement.
because they are encroaching over onto the city.
Okay.
Just like if somebody was parked in your spot, you'd have to contact law enforcement or the city and
Right.
see what they're gonna do.
We've got a tow number.
Sorry, can't help
I
you.
don't-
Okay,
I
I
don't
just
think we
wanted to
can.
let you know that they're not if you're making an agreement with them, you know, maybe part of that agreement is they don't venture over in unless they get the city's approval to venture over into the city's lots.
Well,
And I'm
now we
not
can
sure
settle
they've
in
ever
here.
been,
And yours are the sideways ones, right? Yeah, so you're
Yeah.
the closest.
I'm the
There's
closest.
what, 4 right there? You're the closest to that
them.
half.
yeah.
We can let them know that we only give them permission for what we can give permission for. And then they're the
Right.
ones out there to talk to the city about.
But I don't know in the agreement that it's been specified to them that it's only the county's spots.
I'll let them know.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, you settled in, Andrew? Are you settled in, ready to go?
Getting there, got to get my computer up.
We're having a discussion about the city parking lot and farmer's market.
Oh, okay.
And the question I had was liability insurance. We have no record of documentation of that, but I thought we had a discussion, maybe there was some to be provided by them.
That's a good question, because this came up probably in 2023, maybe,
Yeah, this would be the third year.
I'm trying to find it.
to see what was in the actual agreement.
So there's not an actual written agreement, it's a verbal. It looks like in 23, it just says that discussion took place regarding the liability insurance policies and, but that's all that was said about it, and it was approved that they could use it. So I can verify when I talk to them.
I mean, we could ask them to, so it's on the county parking lot. We could ask, so is it the city doing this, or is it like Downtown Auburn Business Association?
It's Auburn Main Street, I believe.
Auburn Main Street, okay.
I will ask.
They could just add us as an additionally named insured, perhaps, if they have insurance already.
I'll send an email, and Jody's already emailed the clerk on the parking spots.
Okay. Hold off on that till we have that answer,
Well, I see that, I think
or do you?
we have a signed MOU from June of 2023, if that sounds right.
Let's
I
look
was able
for
to
it.
pull that up. The lessees are to maintain, so that would be the DABA and Auburn Main Street are to maintain liability insurance for a minimum of $1 million and list DeKalb County as an additionally named insured. That's already in the contract that we have signed with them.
Okay.
Yes. Memorandum of Understanding has the requirement that they maintain insurance. So do we know that
Yeah,
they're
here it is.
not?
I think Bill was just asking to make sure.
Okay.
I don't know that, it's not
Yeah.
been verified.
Well, and they're supposed to provide us a copy of the insurance policy. Deck page.
Does it, okay, does this have a term, or, like, do we have to redo this every year, do you know?
Oh, time period shall be in force and effect for 1 year. However, either party may terminate the agreement on 60 days' notice. So it was just for 1 year.
Okay.
So it'd have to be re-upped every year.
You want to, when do they need that? When do they start?
They start in May. You could approve it contingent on
Yeah.
their proof,
Providing that
and
proof of
we'll
insurance.
get the MOU here, and so that you guys can sign that.
Let's go ahead and do that.
Renew the contract for another year contingent on the insurance being up to date.
First, I'll have to remove,
okay.
my motion.
Right, I was gonna say, we had a motion and a second already to allow it.
No,
So
I'll
do
remove
you,
my motion. I'll
Or do you just want to amend it and add?
Well, I can, yeah, I'll amend it,
Remove mine.
and then, yeah.
Okay.
I know that, since I had a motion out there. I'll just amend mine to
Contingent on insurance?
contingent, yes.
With insurance.
Okay.
Oh, okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Additional comments? Comments from the public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion is approved. Where's Chris?
Jason is here for Chris. Chris won't be here today.
Okay, Jason. You are up. That's right, I forget about, Chris wasn't going to be here.
So, I had scanned in all this information. I don't know if Jason has anything that he wants to say about it, but for FYI, when you're ready to approve or not approve, the resolution is 2025-R-4 is what you'll be voting on. Go for it if you have anything you want to say.
It was pretty straightforward. It was like, what, 74 acres along State Road 1, intersection of 1 and 64. The Reinhardts were petitioning to move it from R1 to A2 to make it back to ag, and the open space, parks and open space along the river as well would go back, and there was no conflict with the River Greenway that's existing on the property. He was wanting to rezone it so it would match the zoning on the east side of the river, which is already A2. I think we had a unanimous vote for favorable recommendation to you guys. If there's any questions, I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it was,
Back to Ag 2 and the entertain a motion.
I would so move that we accept the plat rezoning as presented.
I'll second.
A motion second on the floor. Additional comments? Comments from the public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion is approved. Thank you, Jason.
So you guys need to sign in this middle area, and then I'll take it.
Okay. All right. We're kind of early for the farm discussion. I don't know. Probably should hold off in case Mr. Keller comes in. Anything else, gentlemen, that might be on your miscellaneous list that you want to discuss at this point?
Did we put a hold on that ordinance? We did the first reading. Do we have to do the second?
We didn't do the first reading, we only did the
Okay, yeah.
agreement.
Have to be individually done.
We'll do the first, yeah, and then we'll have to
Motion that we accept ordinance number 2025-0. No, -2, it's not on. As presented.
I'll second.
A motion and a second on the floor. Any additional comments?
This is first reading only.
First reading only. Any additional comments? Comments from the public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries on first reading. Motion to suspend the rules and do the second and third reading.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second on the floor to suspend the rules and do the second and third reading. This has to be unanimous, by the way. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries. Motion to approve second and third reading.
Second and third reading with the ordinance as presented. Do you want the number again?
I'll second.
A motion and a second on the floor. Additional comments? Comments from the public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion is approved. Okay. Going to jump over to Lakeland Electronics.
Can you hold off on that? I have a question. I have a call with them at 10 during our break, real quick. I have a call with them at 10 during our break. I have a question before I present that to them.
Want to hold off on that?
Yeah. I gotta clarify something first before I bring it to you guys.
Okay. What else we got? We got 20 minutes.
Didn't do the TIF, did we yet?
Yes, that was
Yeah.
that was
Okay.
Oh, there's Mr. Keller. Okay, let's jump over into county farm discussion. Nellie, you are up.
I'm Nellie Peffley with DeKalb County Soil and Water, and before we get started, I'm just going to pass out some information for all of you. I'd like to give you guys a little more information on why we're doing the test plots, what our goals are, and what we're hoping to achieve. Our goal for the test plots is to demonstrate practical cover crop practices and evaluate methods for incorporating multi-species cover crops. Through this initiative, we aim to raise awareness about the environmental benefits of cover crops and help farmers improve their return on investment. And cover crops offer a wide range of advantages. They reduce soil erosion, improve soil structure, enhance water infiltration, provide habitat for beneficial organisms, suppress weeds, improve soil fertility, and help break pest and disease cycles. Our test plot specifically explores the use of multi-species cover crops, which provide broader and more resilient benefits compared to single-species varieties. And by combining different species, we can achieve a more diverse and resilient soil ecosystem. And each species contributes unique attributes, and the combined effect results in a more robust and sustainable farming system. And one of our core goals is to increase awareness of the environmental and soil health benefits of cover crops. To support this mission, we organize field days and workshops to showcase our test plots and share what we've learned with the farming community. And last year, we hosted FFA and 4-H students for a soil judging practice session, providing them hands-on experience in evaluating soil properties, which helped them develop essential skills in soil science and land use. Experiences like these not only educate the next generation of agricultural leaders, but also foster a deeper understanding of sustainable practices. And in addition to the cover crop trials, we've planted a pollinator plot on the east side of the site, and this area is designed to educate the community on the value of native plants and the important role pollinators play in ecosystem health. And as part of the lease agreement and what I just passed out of you, we are doing annual soil sampling on each plot, and those are in that packet that I just passed out for your review. And I noticed in the lease agreement that the deadline for payment was April 1st, which I had just gotten the lease agreement on Friday, and so I do have our check for this plot. I'm happy to answer any questions, concerns about the test plot.
Questions for Nellie?
Okay,
Guess not.
all right.
Thank you for the
Thanks.
information.
Yeah, anytime.
Good.
And our official field event will be September 4th. So there'll be more details coming out about that.
I did see the maps of the crops that
Yep, yep.
we received earlier that we had planted, and I guess there was some question about the spray, who was doing the spraying.
Yep, and we already reached out to a local ag retailer who's going to be taking care of that for us in subsequent years.
Okay, I guess that's it then.
All right, thank you.
Quick question.
Yeah.
I didn't look at the, is there dated on this? Are these soil tests from this year or last year?
Last year. So
Last
we're
year.
supposed to do it every year as
Right.
part of the lease. So those are ours from this past year. And we'll be doing it again this year.
Okay.
Yep,
Thank you.
no problem. Any others?
Any questions or comments at this point?
Questions for
Mr. Keller, would you like to come up to the microphone and express your views, and we have some questions?
Well, I talked to you guys a couple weeks ago at the last meeting. I gave you pictures of what happened out there and everything. And the spraying issue, maybe they've got that okay now, I don't know. But I talked to somebody from out of Noble County last night, and they assured me that none of the funds for any of these projects has been it's been applied. So all the funds have been pulled by the government, and according to Noble County, these funds are not going to be paid back out to the local districts. I guess I'm curious how they're coming up with the funds right now. I think that's a big question, where they're getting their funds, being this is a state-run organization. This is taxpayer dollars that support all this stuff. So that's one of my first questions.
Okay, I think Nellie can answer that.
Make sure your
Yeah.
mic's on, Nellie.
Yep,
Well,
I think
up to
it's
you.
on. So we have funds. We're going to do this project with or without Allen County. I can show you what our books look like. You can come into our office and take a look. We share everything. So everything is open to the public to look at. We have an annual financial report that we fill out every year. We present it at our annual meeting. You're more than welcome to attend that and stop in. But I can assure you, we're going to do this project with or without Allen County.
Well, according to Noble County, and when I talked to Allen County a couple of weeks ago, the funds aren't available.
Well, we've already been paid for last year.
Okay, so you're being paid, but none of the other counties are. Is that correct?
So this whole project got started because we are in the Western Lake Erie Basin. And everyone was invited to be a part of this project with Allen County and NRCS. And we had a project that we took to them. Noble County did not have a project that they took to them. So we are involved in this. Noble is not, as far as I know. Does that make sense to anyone, to everyone?
All funds have been pulled from all counties. You're not special compared to any other counties. Everybody got their funds pulled.
I understand what you're trying to say, but if Nellie's saying that they have the money to pay for it, and if they're going to keep continuing paying for it, then it's on Nellie to provide the funds for that.
Well,
So if she's saying she has the funds, and she's just paid for it, then as long as she continues to pay for the rent there, there's nothing, I mean, that's on her, and then she can explain that to you, but
And
if
if
the
we
other
ever had
counties aren't
any-
getting their funds, that's nothing to do with DeKalb County. DeKalb County is, as long as they have the funding, if someone wants to give them private money to take care of it, they have the funds to pay what they're contractually required to do.
okay, so somebody private, you're saying somebody private is.
I don't know what their funding source is, but as long as they are paying what they are signing the contract for, then
Well,
then you can go
I
to her
guess we
meetings.
need to
and
ask that
explain.
right now. Is there anybody that is privately paying for it?
No. Right now, we have the agreement with Allen County, and I have heard that it's being funded, so until I hear different,
You heard that it's being funded,
yes.
but you haven't got the funds yet.
Yes, I have gotten funds for everything we've done this past year.
You know? Noble County's telling me different.
We're in DeKalb County.
It doesn't matter. You're all controlled by the State Department.
Okay,
And when they pulled all the funds, they pull them from everybody. They don't just let you go along and do your business. Everybody gets their funds pulled.
okay.
I'd like to see that in writing, Tom.
I think we'll investigate it. We'll probably have to contact the
We
state.
need to see that.
The
If
state.
what you're saying is true, I'm not going to sit here and call you a liar or anything like that, but we need to see that in writing,
All right, I'll do some investigation on it, call the state,
because
see if the
Mary
funds
says
are-
she's got the funds, we have to take her word for that. I mean, she's going to pay rent on that 10 acres. They're going to pay rent to the county for that 10 acres, they have been, and she says she's got the money to do that.
Yep.
We have to take her word for that, unless you've got something in writing that can prove otherwise.
Okay, and then let's talk about the weed control.
Okay?
Do you know what you caused last year on weed control?
We did have weed pressure in our plot, and we mowed in June, July, and August to suppress what we could.
And you didn't do it. Would you like to see a picture of my,
Sure.
That's what blew over from the county.
So weeds can definitely carry in the wind, but they can also be transported through machinery, through animals, plants, wind. To say that we are the cause of this is
You
a
are
little
the cause of it
concerning.
because it come from the plot. You left those water hemp get out of control, they went to seed, and it doesn't matter how they got across, whether it was the wind, birds, it wasn't machinery, because I wasn't on your plot. I approached you twice to do something about it, and you turned, and according to the fella that married Sarah Breckville, he sprayed 2,4-D out there. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was part of the management for the
And the
weeds.
2,4-D damaged my beans. Do you know that?
Do you have proof of that?
I watched it on my yield monitor. It's quite clear going across the field, coming up to the plot.
I'd love
I
to.
lost about 15 bushel an acre coming across that field when I got up next to the plot.
If we were responsible for that, I wish we would have been aware of that when it happened. And we want to do our best for the plots. We want to be the best land stewards we can be. So if there ever is an issue, I'd urge you to come to our board meetings.
Well,
Tom, do you have yield monitor maps?
no, I don't.
No.
I wish I would, and it showed up very clearly. But
You don't have that digitally in your combine?
no. I got a yield monitor, and it records total yields of everything, and of course, it records it. It'll give you a yield as you're going across the field as you watch it, but I don't have the mapping system hooked up to it. Wish I did.
Did you take pictures of the cupping when that damage happened?
No, I didn't. At the time, I didn't know they sprayed 2,4-D till late in the season.
It was
It
August 31st.
Yeah, that's late.
I've had that damage on myself before, and I've taken the pictures when that cupping happens. And that's, to me, that's the only proof, is you need to be able to show me a picture of that cupping to prove that what they sprayed actually did happen. And I need some kind of physical proof.
Well,
Whether it's a yield monitor or the picture that shows the cupping, because it's very evident. I mean, it's evident that those leaves are cupped and and your yield is hurt. I'm not throwing blame on either one, but I do need some kind of physical evidence.
well, at that time, it was late. Like she said, it was in August, and I wasn't out there at that time. So basically harvest, so I didn't see the cupping, but I did see it on the monitor because I paid attention when they told me they sprayed 2,4-D. So it is what it is.
Well, I guess if it happens in the future, I need to see some kind of proof. When it happened to me on my beans, I had the proof, I had the photos, I had the field, it showed it exactly. It was all in low areas where the chemical had gone from overnight. It drifted into the low areas overnight, and it showed the definite damage. And I showed it to both the neighbors that it happened on both sides of the field, and they accepted it, and we moved on. I didn't ask for damages, but it was about a 5 to 7 bushel differential between the rest. But I had the monitor to prove it. And that's why I'm asking if it happens, you need some kind of physical proof. I'm not denying it happened. I'm not throwing blame either way, but we just need some kind of physical proof.
So who is going to be spraying the crops this year?
A local ag retailer.
Who?
A local ag retailer.
There's only,
Anderson's or Custer's.
all right. Custer's is no longer in business.
Well, Ag Plus.
All right. And they know, are they going to contact me on what you're spraying or not?
Yeah, we can definitely let you know when we're out
Yeah,
there and what.
I think you should, so I know what you're spraying.
Okay,
All
we
right?
can do that.
Mr. Keller, I have one or two more questions. Have you presented to, as part of the contract that I read through, it says that you're supposed to apply fertilizer per recommendations. Can you present that to us in the next couple of weeks so I can take a look at what fertilizer you actually spread on that property?
Yeah, I probably can. I haven't done this springs yet because they just got the tests done 2 weeks ago, and I don't even know.
Well, just for last year.
All right.
I would greatly appreciate seeing that. And again, do you have the waste slips from that property as separate?
What do you mean, waste slips?
Tickets, weight tickets.
Your weight tickets?
On grain?
Yeah. I would like to see what the yield is.
Yeah, I can do that.
Since you don't have the monitor, which I understand, to prove it off of the yield monitor, I would like to see what the yield is out there. So if you could present that as well, and that's per the contract with the county.
Well, no, I guess I can't do that because everything was hauled home into the bins. I can give you what come off the monitor, that'd be it.
I would just like to see for myself.
The yield?
Yeah, yes, please.
All right, yeah, I can do that.
I'd appreciate it.
Okay. Any other questions?
Again, my suggestion is that when you were invited to the soil and water meeting, I think that would have been the proper place. obviously, I don't have a problem doing it here, but that should have been your first contact, as far as I'm concerned, is attend our meeting with all the board of directors so that everybody is on the same page there with your concerns.
All right,
Thank you, sir.
that it?
I'm done.
All right. Anybody else?
Thing for Nellie, when is that
Comments?
controlled burn going to be? Have you guys got a date for that yet?
For Dak Coleman?
Yeah.
No, we don't have a date yet.
Okay.
Yeah, Blue Heron is still behind on burns.
Okay, that's fine. I just didn't know if we had a date. I knew it was
Yeah.
pushing up here soon.
Yep, I'll let you know.
Yes, sir. State your name and address.
Bruce Bell, II, 4301 County Road 60, Auburn, Indiana. I have a few comments on the test plot. For one, I'd like to compliment Nellie and the Soil and Water and everybody that volunteered their time and effort to make the project a go. It's always nice to see people in the community who volunteer their time and money for a good cause. Second, Mr. Keller's making some claims that are very untrue, and I don't appreciate it, and I'm sure people he's making them against don't appreciate it either. Claim that the weeds on that farm, first of all, I got a question. What, did Mr. Keller leave? That's nice. The pictures of the damage to the soybeans, does anybody know what those pictures look like? Those pictures are worthless.
We're gonna bring him back. We're contacting security to bring him back.
Second, on the weeds, he's claiming those weeds came from the test plot, from a plot that he's farmed for many, many years. We could just as easily say we got the weeds from his field. He chose to grow planted soybeans. He knew the risk. We all do. There are multiple reasons those weeds could be in that field. And it's about 100% definite it's not because of that test plot. I could cite many, many reasons why those weeds are in that field. To blame your neighbor on your weed issues, I think is pretty childish, and I'd be embarrassed as a man to do that. Second, on the weeds, like I stated, we mowed it 3 times and sprayed. I don't know if Mr. Keller knows how long it takes for water hemp to go from germination to seed. It's about 10 weeks. The chance of those weeds coming from that field this year are almost zero. And I'd really like to know what the damage is on soybeans. I'd like it described or see pictures, because I got some more information on that as well. I think it's low character to go around slandering your neighbors and fellow farmers on allegations you have no evidence on. And I think it might be wise for the commissioners, next time the lease is up, to maybe look at the character of the person renting the farm, not just how much they want to bid. You talk about liability, I feel like he's more of a liability to this county for someone who's going to come up here and make allegations with no evidence against good people and good farmers in this county over 12 acres. Who knows what he would do? I think it's very disrespectful to everybody involved. I don't know if he has something personal against the plot or somebody personal involved with the plot, but he ought to just state that, not bring all the other crap in with it. We're talking about cupping. I don't know if Mr. Keller's going to come back or not, but if the damage is cupping, did we spray dicamba on the test plot?
Say it again.
Did we spray dicamba on our test plot?
The 2,4-D?
Dicamba, it's not 2,4-D. We did not use dicamba on our test plot. Soybean cupping is caused from dicamba. 2,4-D does not cause cupping in general. And 2,4-D off target issues are very low compared to dicamba. You have strapping, not cupping from 2,4-D.
Would you explain that?
Cupping, the leaf will fold up, and it's very common from dicamba. From 2,4-D, you do not have off drift from 2,4-D like you do with dicamba. And it's not the same, any agronomist could tell you that very easily what caused that damage.
Okay.
So if you're gonna have damage, I think you ought to have an agronomist look at it and verify the issue before you slander a neighbor and a farmer. Anybody got any questions for me?
Before you came in, I did ask for photos of the cupping damage, and he was not able to present any. And I asked for yield maps,
Yes.
and he doesn't have a yield monitor either. And I suggested to him that if there's any future damage, he needs to take photos and record it so that
I think
it's
anybody
physical
in the farming
proof.
community would go to the farmer first, and he stated he was down at Allen County. I don't know if Allen County invited him down there. We invited him to our county. He can't show up there, but he can show up at Allen County, and he can show up at Noble County and talk to everybody else in the county except for the people who know everything. Where he got all his information on what was being done out there, I have no idea, but he could have went right to the DeKalb County office, which he was invited, and got that information. That's all I have, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bruce. Well, I'm not sure we have any decision that we have to make here. Mr. Keller, I don't think is claiming we're wanting any compensation. He has stated that in our last meeting. So at this point, I'm not sure there's any action needed on this subject, other than a little enlightenment as far as what happened, what has occurred, and maybe just with the sprayer, commercial sprayer doing the spraying, that's a good step. Takes us out of that liability, puts that liability on them instead of the county and the soil and water. So I think that's the best and only solution there is at this point. Andrew, any comments further?
Well, I feel like soil and water should be able to pay for the cost of the lease any way that they want to, whether from anything that's in their budget that they're allowed to spend on that. So, I mean, that's my comment. I think it's okay that whether there's federal funding or not, if they have it in their budget to do, they can do it.
Yeah, leftover funds or whatever they might have. I don't think there's any restrictions as far as where that money comes from, as long as you have it. Okay. Anything else, anyone?
Appreciate you coming in,
Okay.
Nellie. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nellie. Have a good day. Got him. Yeah, we've got him. Okay. That doesn't reoccur and we can move on and peace and quiet. All right, we've got some time until the next. Oh, to break, actually. Kellen, you got something you want to discuss?
I got a couple of things. We can do the RDC appointment at the east side. You want to go through that?
Sure.
So I got a letter email from the mayor yesterday from Butler. I just sent to you guys last night or this morning. I don't know if you guys got it.
Just saw it.
Yeah, it got late with everything else that was going on last night. I got to you as soon as I could. Let me pull it up here. I think I got to you too, Susan, didn't I? I think I sent it to all of you guys this morning. You want to read it, Susan, if you got it pulled up? I can't seem to find it right now.
Mayor Hartman recommends Ryan Hoover for the open seat on RDC. Ryan was a finalist the last time around, and he believes that he will be a great rep for the east side of the county. He had forwarded Ryan's resume. He was born and raised in Spencerville. They have a small farm. He's worked at Seckler Pickle, Parkview Hospital, Wayne Chemical, SDI. Went to Eastside and has a bachelor's degree in biology from Purdue. The gist of it.
We got.
I didn't read it word for word. I mean,
Well, why not?
I've got it here.
So I also, to be transparent, I also got a call from Rick Collins today about representing Lynn Reinhold to be on that board too. And Lynn is here. He did talk to me a couple days, Saturday about it also. But I did talk to Lynn. I've talked to Ryan before. My recommendation is to go with Ryan Hoover for that position. That would be my nomination, my motion would be to appoint Ryan Hoover to the open position for the RDC. Now, do we have to remove Justin off of that, or how does that go? Since Justin was on that,
It just,
just reappoint?
we'll appoint him to fulfill that.
Okay.
Are we allowed to take public comment on this?
That's your call,
Because Ryan's not
Mr. President. That's up to you.
here to counter.
I think Lynn just wants to talk about his.
I just had a statement, letter, and some signatures from a number of individuals from the eastern part of DeKalb County, from township trustees, town council members, fire chiefs, and a few others that way that showed their support for me in that position. I guess I would just like to have an opportunity to present those to you.
Okay.
This one copy?
Yes, I did. The original, I didn't get an opportunity to make copies of it. And I don't know, there's a possibility, I don't know if Susan's checked her email recently this morning, that there's a possibility that some others might have submitted that email directly to you. I can't confirm that with having to leave my telephone in the vehicle.
Let me go through the 75 I've received so far, and
No,
I can let you know.
it would have been after 8:30 before it would have been, I know that. So I'm not going to ask you to go through that process now that way.
I don't see anything with a quick look in here. I don't have anything else.
If there was an opportunity to address the board, I would take that opportunity, but if not, I understand that as well. That's your decision.
Well, where we stand right now, we do have a motion on the floor by Mr. Dooley. Is there a second to that motion? No second at this point. I know Ryan. I think he's like a good member on that board, as well as Mr. Gentleman that was just up here,
Lynn, Mr. Reinhardt,
Mr. Reinhardt. Thank you, Susan.
you're welcome.
Senior glitch.
It's all good.
So I will second Kellen Dooley's motion. At this point, comments, any additional comments?
I feel that Mr. Reinhardt, being a lifetime member of the community and would be a much better candidate for this position.
Comments from the public?
Yes, if I could, I would like to suggest that the eastern part of DeKalb County is more than the city of Butler. And while I respect Mayor Hartman that way, I think it's prudent to also look outside of the Butler city desires that way, and that's why I think the signatures that I have show a widespread support for me across that eastern part of DeKalb County. And I know that was something that was important to you as commissioners to make sure that there was better representation on that committee. And I think that I could bring that to the board. And I think all of you have had an opportunity to see my interest and involvement on things both at the county level, DeKalb Eastern Schools, and other local groups such as the St. Joe Spencerville Sewer District and fire departments. I just think all of those things make me the right choice for that appointment to the board. And I would work to represent the voice of not just the people from the eastern part of the county, but all of DeKalb County, make decisions that would utilize those funds to increase the economic development and maintain the development that's currently in DeKalb County in the best way that I could. I would appreciate your support, and thank you.
Can we table this?
I think it would take a motion, maybe a motion.
Table. Motion, I'd like to table it.
Yeah.
I'd like to table it.
I will withdraw my motion.
Table it. Give Ryan a chance to present his.
Okay.
Okay, let's do that.
We have to,
Need a motion to table it. Correct.
motion to table it?
Well, yes, I mean, it depends on how formal you want to be. You can decide about that. Obviously, two of you want to table it, so
I think since he withdrew his motion,
there's nothing to table.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, since I withdrew, we don't need
Thank you, Andrew. Okay. What else we got?
Yeah, the letter we received from Andrew, I believe, concerning the cat issue with the humane shelter. Andrew, would you like to enlighten us?
Let me find that in my notes here. I had gotten communication from Brian Humbarger on the issues there. I think it would be helpful if we had Brian here to talk about them. But basically, it's that he was reporting to me that they were not getting the responses from the humane shelter that, I guess, such that he thinks the contract should potentially be changed. And then it sounded like he was also saying that I think he had some concerns that maybe the contract wasn't being followed the way that he was thinking that the contract should be followed. But he also had concerns that basically when there's an animal issue, there's too many times that there's either nothing that the shelter says can be done by them or that they're willing to do. Some of it is contract related, and I think some of it is not. But probably makes sense to hear from both sides on that a little bit. I don't know. It's up to you guys.
I have a couple things on that. I have a neighbor filed a complaint. Sheriff's office went out and investigated anyway. The neighbor is a code enforcement officer in Waterloo. And he kind of dug into it and actually had a meeting with Dave. Is that Rotaball out to the animal shelter?
Yeah.
And Dave explained to him that by code, they can't enforce, the shelter cannot go out and enforce, investigate abuse, mistreatment, or neglect. They are not able to do that according to code. But having said that, they did sign the contract stating that they would do that. That is in the contract, that it is their obligation. But he says they can't do it by code. Now, moving forward, had a conversation with the sheriff the other day, and I don't want to get ahead of the sheriff, so I will state it this way. He's looking at a strong possibility of putting on a code enforcement or animal control officer. I won't say that he is or isn't, but that's the inclination I'm getting from him. He did say that, and so I think that is going to be part of the solution. I think another part that might go along with that, if the animal shelter cannot fulfill their contract, then we're not obligated to provide the funds. And my suggestion, at least some of those funds be diverted to the sheriff's program, animal control officer, and maybe to the catch, neuter, and release program that's currently going on. That'd be better money spent for better purpose and with better results.
Brian Humberger had about 4 different nonprofits, including Courtney Butler's, and then there's like a horse one and maybe another couple dog or cat ones that were out there that were all willing to help out on the problem. Since it's a large enough problem, Brian Humberger thought they might need several nonprofits to be involved.
And it seems like the shelter is full up on cats. They will not take any more cats. Pretty generally, that's what we hear now. And so we're just at a standstill with this, other than the capture and neuter.
Right.
So
Has anybody determined if we actually have a current contract? I was not able to find one.
Oh, with the shelter?
Yeah.
yeah, I've seen it. I did have it somewhere in here.
Well, I have,
Yes.
right, but that's from 2022.
Yearly contract?
Like it was 3, wasn't it?
It says this agreement shall be effective January 1, 22 for calendar year 2022. This agreement shall not automatically renew for successive terms and shall be negotiated, blah, 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 blah. And if you wanted to terminate it early, then you have 60 days to give them notice. But as
Have we been still paying him the money even without a contract?
Yes.
far as I know.
Okay.
So we're not obligated actually to, do we need to do the 30-day, at this point, do we need to terminate this contract, or is it automatically terminated?
Well, I don't think it was ever renewed, arguably.
Bill, I would like to, before we go that route with it, which I'm not disagreeing or agreeing with, I think we need to have the gentleman from the Humane Shelter come in and we can ask some questions to him before we go that route with it.
Okay, I agree.
Just so we can have a conversation with him and see what's going on, what's the situation out there and everything like
And
that.
I agree, but I would also like Brian
And Brian
to
Humberger.
be invited and be part of that conversation as
Maybe
well.
the sheriff too, since we're going to be talking about that as a big part of the plan.
Yeah, so I think we should have that conversation so all the pieces are there so we can have all the sides.
Let's have all 3 in.
But I would encourage Andrew to look into the contract and see what's going on with that and stuff too.
Okay, send out notifications on that next meeting.
Okay.
Anything else?
Since Dottie is here, we're going to talk about plaques. So we went through the plaques. I talked to Morgan. She's got me the numbers for the 10, 20, and 30 year that we talked about on the plaques. I think the easiest route would go is, and Susan and I talked a little bit, is to set up a fund, right? An account within HR and let HR order the plaques and use that funds to pay for the plaques. I think if we put $1,000 in there and just reverse back up to 1,000, that will cover it. Next year, if at $30 a plaque, which I know some of them were cheaper than that, but I just went ahead and just did $30 because that was the higher end. For 2026, it'd be $750 if no one retires or quits or anything. That's what we would have. 2027, we'd have $930 worth it, and then in 2028, we'd have $600. So I think that'll allow Morgan and Dottie or HR to find the best deals when they're looking for plaques, get the plaques, get them printed, because she knows when they're going to be coming in, and she'll have enough time to know that and stuff like that. So I think that's the best route to go with the plaque situation, if that's you guys' decision, conversations.
I agree.
Yeah, as long as the money is budgeted
Yep.
Yeah.
with it.
We need a motion.
Do we need a motion to create an, how do you want that motion?
I'm trying to think if,
If that's okay with you, Dottie.
I'm trying to think if
Talked a little bit,
you
but just to confirm it.
already approved doing them.
I don't know if we
Let
ever.
me think about it. You don't do a motion to create anything, like for this year, for now, we'll just transfer whatever we need to, within her budget to pay whatever we need. If we get closer to the end of the year and she needs more money, then we would have to ask for an additional appropriation. So I can just work with her on that part of it. Let me,
Is that something that she'd put in the 26 budget?
yeah,
Yeah.
there's minutes. Yeah, I signed them. Okay, so you haven't done an actual motion. The last thing you did was just talked about them. Bill has said that he would be in favor of the plaques for 10-year, 20-year, 30-year, and the paper for 3, 5, 15, 25. But there wasn't an actual motion on whether you wanted to move forward. So we would want a motion with those determinations in it.
I'll make a motion that we create an account for HR to provide plaques for the employees at 10, 20, and 30-year anniversaries.
A motion second on the floor, additional comments from the public. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Sounds like a plan. Okay. Pictures? Let's take a break. It's 5:10. We got pictures. Okay, we're back in session. And we would jump over into you want
Yes, so I want to talk about Lakeland. Is Beza? Beza was going to come over and explain this to me a little bit. So we had the original quote for multiple cameras, inside, outside, down hallways, all that stuff. For Sunny Meadows, so I'm sorry. So these are the cameras for Sunny Meadows that I took to the council. I had the quote the day of the council. That's why I went to them before us, because we meet more regularly than they do. That original quote was going to be for, what was the final figure on that one?
12?
The 426.
426580. So 26,245.80.
Thank you. That was going to include quite a few cameras, inside, outside, everything else. I did reach back out to Lakeland to see if they could, make sure I'm being picked up here, make sure that, what's the minimum? 3 cameras on the outside, 2 cameras to cover the main entrances and exits. So they sent me a new quote that Jody's passing around now. I just got it this morning. I'm going to give this to Beza. Do you have a copy of this? So the question I have is, do you want to explain why? So on the very bottom of that quote, it has an Iron Link 24-port PoE plus management network switch for $606. Talked to Beza 5 minutes ago, and he states that we don't need that. Is that correct, Beza?
Correct, yes, because, so item number 2, the Iron Link 24 channel, it's a DVR plus a switch, a combination. So if we get that, we don't need the third item.
So we would still need the $4,265.80 one, but we won't need the additional one for $606.
Correct.
That makes sense. If we go with lesser cameras, because the other switch will be enough ports to, correct?
Yes, and so I highly recommend going with the DVR out there because we're going to have more reliability. Because right now, if we don't have a DVR out there, they have to write all their videos back here. So that distance, I thought having a DVR out there will give us more reliability. So I recommended that. And then since that already came with the switch, we won't need the third item.
That makes sense. I know it's kind of been a fast moving here in the last 20 minutes. So
we're talking 3 cameras outside, 2 inside at the entrances?
correct.
Now,
Now,
does
if we
that-
wanted to add more cameras, we can, because we'll have space on that original switch. But we will be limited on the amount of cameras we decide to put in if we don't get the second one, which I think we don't need the second switch. I think we should have enough in the DVR PoE switch to cover any cameras that we're going to want to put out there.
Okay,
Correct?
Correct.
Correct.
so we could put another camera.
We could put
Yeah,
probably a
so,
few, up to maybe 5 or 10 more if we wanted to.
This switch should support up to 23 cameras.
We got the main entrance to the south. We got that entrance off the ramp.
Yep, we have 2 in the front, we have 1 in the back, we have the one that goes into the kitchen, we have the one in the basement. Those are all the main points of egress and coming in, so kind of up to what you guys want to do, and then the 3 outside to cover the U-shape.
Are we catching the entrances between the kitchen and the chapel?
Is It's a hallway one, yeah. There's doors right there, so we could have one point, catch them coming up, and then a point back. I mean, Andrew was there today. We could have one at the camera coming into the kitchen, out the kitchen towards the chapel. Have one that's going to catch that one coming in and the back door.
Okay, okay.
So,
That's a
I mean, we
total of,
well, I'll have to get more if we're going to add those more cameras. I just want to give you the bare minimum, and then the other quote that was sent in the packet was for full coverage. So we can always add or subtract cameras depending on what you guys' prerogative is.
I would like to start with this
And then,
and see where,
Go
if we
from there.
need more, we can always add it.
Go with the 9,000 and,
well, it's going to be more, it's going to be 13,287. Now, there's another question is, we have this upgrade for additional 26, 22, that will be a license plate capture and detection, so it'll read the license plates of people coming in and out. If that's what you prerogative, they added that in there. Kind of up to you. What's your thoughts on that? The license plate captures.
Will the cameras that are there capture the license plates or not?
They're not going to be that good to capture license plate.
This
So
program
if
will
you add
read
that-
it and then tell us who it is.
Yes.
If not, we'll manually have to go in, have it, someone look into, type that license plate in and stuff like that. So that will automatically do it for us. I mean, we could always add that software. We can add that software later, correct, Beza, if we?
Correct.
Yeah, so we can always, see how it kind of goes. I'm kind of on the fence with it. I don't think we're going to have that many back there. But at the same time, it's going to add more work to the sheriff's department. But I'm okay with, I just had them put that in there if we wanted to have it in there. So I'm not one way or the other particular on that.
but if we decided to do that later, we'd have to switch cameras, right?
No,
No.
No.
this is just a
Just a
software
software.
program that we add onto the camera.
Oh, okay.
The cameras will still be there. It's just a software program.
We could start out without it.
Okay.
Go from there. How's that sound?
I'm good either way.
Yeah, that's fine with me. Like I said, I wasn't sold one way or the other on it. We can kind of see how it goes.
Continue to have issues with trash dumped out back, then
Maybe
we may have, we,
couch and some other things, so. Yeah, there's people dropping stuff off out there illegally, so hopefully just having cameras up, maybe a sign up that the property's being watched, maybe that'll be enough to deter people.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
I'm okay with not having that. So then, so I would so make a motion to approve the April 14th quote for the video system being $9,022 plus the system option of the DVR with PoE switch and 16 terabyte storage of $4,268.80, which would become a total of $13,287.80. Is that correct, Susan? Did I do my math right?
Do it, but-
No, not that one.
No, we had a new one today.
13,287.80.
Sorry, a lot of moving parts here.
What did you, 13,287.80?
Yes,
Yes.
that's my motion.
now we'll second that motion.
a motion is second on the floor. Additional comments? Comments from the public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Besa, for
Thank you
coming
your
over. I appreciate it.
explanation. Thank you.
Okay, Ben, it's all yours.
Morning.
Morning.
So we'll start off today, today's the bid opening for Spencerville Covered Bridge Roof Project. I know there's some people here waiting, so we'll start with that. Okay.
On
So, these was due by 10. I did not specify an opening time in the bid, so we can open and see what we have. So first one's from Jagger Construction.
I'm sorry, Ben, who did you say that was?
Jagger. Jagger.
Looks like a total bid of $131,692. And the alternate bid of $10,750.
For the fascia.
Yes. Have one from RG Zachrich Construction.
RG what?
Zachrich. Z-A-C-H-R-I-C-H.
Thank you.
A total bid of $186,356.50. An alternate of $2,580. Have one from Schmucker Roofing. This one appears to be $131,450. Not see the number for the alternate. Sure who this one's from. Maumee River Roofing. $106,500. Alternate price of $5,100.
106,500.
Alternate of 5,100. Take under advisement. Yep.
Make a motion for Ben to table this and have Ben review them and bring them back to the next meeting.
That motion.
A motion and a second on the floor. Additional comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed. Motion carries. Ben will get back with us in 2 weeks. And
Those of you in the audience, these will be under advisement until the next meeting, which is at the 21st? No, it'll be the 28th. April 28th, when we'll bring back a recommendation.
Yeah.
But thank you for those that came and bid. Appreciate it. Next thing I have is the Ford F-150, the old trucks out on Gov Deals for bid. That closes this Thursday at 1:59 p.m. So I need the title signed today, approved. The next question I had for you, if you guys had a preference, the current bid, of course, is going to go up the last day, $1,479. According to Kelly Blue Book, the medium private sale price is $64.85. The medium trade-in price is $35.45. I have an option on our bid that I got to approve the bid once it goes. So Do you guys have a preference? Do you not care? Do you? No, because if we no sell it, I can hold it, sell it again later, or I can let it go.
I've looked at this truck, it needs to go. And like I said, the last day you always get more activity on those bids, always have anyway.
Typically,
Yeah,
you do
I
on
think
any
we
auction.
just, we let it go.
Fine with that.
It's shot. I mean, it's served our purpose.
I'm okay with it. I just wanted to ask and give you the numbers of what it says it is.
Yes.
So, okay. So Susan was supposed to have the title for me, so you
Yep.
guys can approve
Make a
that.
motion for that.
Yes.
I think we should.
Yeah,
So-
you have to motion for the president to sign the title.
Yep.
So move to allow the president to sign the title, and the final bid will be accepted by Ben as presented.
That's second.
A motion second on the floor, additional comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye opposed, motion carries. Okay, what else you got, Ben?
Last thing I got is just some, I don't know, discussion of how you guys would like to proceed. One is that we are getting barns going out in the county, commercial barns, which I understand, but there, a lot of them are requested to be built in rural gravel road areas. That causes some issues. With all the additional truck traffic, heavy truck traffic for feed trucks, whether they're milk trucks, feed trucks, whatever. The problem with it is it causes us some extra maintenance, especially through this freeze and thaw, and the maintenance of the road. The heavier trucks are not built for that, okay? The reason I wanted to discuss that is because we got some coming up. The neighbors around these get pretty upset because of the added traffic, the dust, I understand. I got a call last Friday from a gentleman that lives on 60 over here, just west of State Line Road. It's Bill Gospin's pool. Is extremely upset with the cattle barns to the west of him. The added trucks, the added dust, the holes, that he's called and requested the county to spray an extra 1,000 feet of gravel road west of him, because it's made his life unfit to live out there because of the trucks and the traffic. I don't know how you guys want to proceed. I mean, it's a gravel road. It was gravel when everybody moved out there, when everybody built. But it is an issue that I don't know how to proceed with, especially when we get these ILP permits that come in for, it states a commercial cattle barn. It's a farm, but yet when you put commercial, to me, that's representing more of a business more than I don't know how you want to proceed with that. Do we have a right to stipulate maintenance of a road or a dust control? I don't know them things for sure. I was thinking of that because we got one that's currently applied, that we're working through some drainage issues. And then after this call last week, I told him that I was going to talk to you guys. I'm aware of it. He's called me before in the past. Like I said, I understand it, but I know, like I said, the road was gravel. We are an ag community. But as we do more than like a family farm, extending more of the commercial, I don't know how we look at that or how you guys want me to proceed with that. And legally, I don't know what we can do requiring anything any different.
I would take an ordinance of some sort, I would assume, but
We should. Probably. Be expensive. You know, it costs the county a lot of money in maintenance. You know, we've got dairy farms and stuff on gravel roads that they take a lot of maintenance, you know, especially in the worst time, spring and fall, when roads are soft. You know, summer when it's dry, it's really not too bad, besides just dusty. They carry a lot of dust.
Can we make it a condition of approval that one of the conditions for approval is that they must, I don't know how to say this, maintain the road at the, pardon me?
At the current condition?
The current condition, and/or they must pay for the dust control every year on that road.
I don't know whether that fits in.
If,
Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring it up and just put it out there and see what you thought. I mean, they're coming, different areas of the county, and, which is fine, the county's growing, but there is added maintenance, and then especially with the residents, they're pretty upset with added dust, and I understand. I mean, big trucks, the feed trucks thing, they do carry a lot. And I don't know how to answer that, just like with this one for the added dust control. We would have to have a standard. I mean, like right now, we spray 200 feet in front of every home. We spray intersections, curves, railroad crossings. But if we start to add extra like what he wants, where are we going to start and stop that? And what's going to be the criteria to where we do that? Because everybody don't like dust. Everybody's roads are the busiest, you know, short of going out and counting all of them, which we typically don't. I mean, I feel for these people, don't get me wrong, but,
How much would it cost to spray that? What was it, 1 mile?
I didn't figure it out. That was 1,000 feet extra on top of his
1,000 feet.
200. So we got our new bid price. I didn't even think to figure that up, what it would be. We're spending just over 300,000 now on dust control a year. A lot of money. We use calcium. Yeah, you can't use that no more. We use calcium chloride. We don't have nothing to apply it or store it, so we contract that all done. And we've had requests that residents could spray, and I don't allow that for liability standpoint. You know, for one, if they go out and spray too much or not enough, or cause an accident, or cause someone say they got sick or whatever, I just don't want to. I want someone that's fully insured and licensed to do it. And
It's a tricky situation. I mean, what's our authority? What can we implement? Where do we cross that line that we get into liability issues?
I know it. That's why I wanted to ask you, because
if a road has calcium chloride, a gravel road obviously has calcium chloride put on it every year, does it enhance the road? Does it make it more sturdy as opposed to not having it?
it will help make the road base firmer, yes. Because the calcium constantly draws moisture That's the idea of the dust control, because it's basically salt water. Salt water draws moisture, so then therefore, that's what helps keeps the dust down, but when it draws moisture, you get more compaction. So as pit traffic runs it, it will compact that more, yes. So it does help with our compaction in the future on that road. So it will help in the long run. It takes a while. And you know, the calcium chloride is not the ultimate fix either. I mean, that stuff is really good for about the first month, and then it seeks moisture, it goes into the ground. But the dust will pick up, but not as much, and then plus it carries lower. With the calcium, it don't carry as high typically.
Thank you, Ben.
Bigger issue is the increased traffic, is probably what you're talking. Increased traffic with heavier trucks on the road. That's gonna cause more wear and tear on our roads quicker than normal.
And increased traffic in general.
Yeah.
I mean, it just keeps going up and up and up. And the more cars, even cars, the more you have, the more wear and tear you have on that road. So, yeah, I don't know where to even go with that. Something to think about. Yeah, comment, Beth. Say your name.
Hi, I'm Beth Seiler, and I live on County Road 52. We have about 3 of the commercial chicken barns within a mile of us. So we live on a gravel road, and I would say probably a bigger problem that the dust is on County Road 47, which is south of 8, north of 46A. It's chip and sealed, and I know it's been patched, but we have potholes. When you drive it, you have to like dodge the pothole. So you're concerned about your vehicle, your tires. I know you guys have been out there at least a couple of times, but I think the heavier traffic has taken a toll on that road also. So it's not just the dust control, it's the integrity of the roads that we travel on too. And I don't have an answer either. So, but thanks for the conversation.
Yeah, 47's been hit pretty hard. It's got a lot of added truck traffic to it, to rural businesses out there in that area. That road experienced a lot of frost boils this winter. There's not much I can do about it until the frost is out and it firms up.
Right.
You know, so we've been applying gravel to those to try to get it firmed up, and then we'll have to go back through and wedge them or patch them. That's some of what we're experiencing with the rural businesses.
Yeah.
You know, so.
And it's hard to win. I get a complaint this morning about too much gravel on the road. It ends up in the yards. And, you know, and it's, how do you win this debate?
Welcome. That's all I can say.
Go back to horses. But Lynn, real quick, we got another item up on the agenda, real quick.
Lynn Reinhardt, 4224 County Road 71. I just wanted to address the conversation started with the concern and damage to gravel roads with these facilities. I would suggest that the gravel roads are the best place to place them, because that rutting or potholes and things can easily be fixed with the road grader. Sure, it takes some extra hours and some extra use on the equipment, but as Beth said, if you've got a chip and seal road that she talked about, the same as us, County Road 71 from County Road 40 up to County Road 28, and that's just been a nightmare ever since they done the original chip and seal process. So I would suggest that they keep them on the gravel roads. Labeling them as commercial facilities, from what I see, I don't believe is at all correct. These are family farm operations. The buildings are being put in so that they can keep some of their family at home with these buildings rather than being reliant on off-farm income. So just be careful on the way you try to classify things. If you want to look at a commercial facility, go east of Hicksville, Ohio on State Road 18, where you've got 8 or 10 million birds. I do agree with the part on dust control, so I would think that the logical place to start would be to try to make suggestions and get these operations to voluntarily agree to do some sort of a dust control project. I think, I know by us, Center Concrete over there just off of County Road 40 on 79, gravel road. Tons of concrete trucks, sand trucks, and things, but I'm pretty sure they do the dust control, or I assume that they are responsible from that, from their facility up to County Road 40. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Just want to remind everybody, anybody builds a new facility, a new house on a county road creates a lot of truck traffic. We got excavators coming in, we got cement trucks coming in, we got lumber trucks coming in. So it's kind of a catch-22 here, who we going to complain about and how do we approach the problem, so. Anyway.
And just so you know, the ILP permit for the barn I was talking about specified commercial cattle barn. Right on the ILP permit.
Is it?
But what type it is, I couldn't tell you. I could just tell you what the paperwork said.
All righty.
That's not true. It's not commercial.
That's what it says on the permit.
On the permit, it's on the permit. So, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I suppose realistically, our farm is a commercial operation. We're selling product to make a living.
Right. It depends what you mean by commercial. I think maybe most people mean some huge operation that's international company out.
Well, just as we move forward,
Okay.
we're aware. And let me
We'll
know
give that some thought and think it
if they'd
over.
like me to proceed.
Yeah. Thanks, Ben.
But that's all I have. So,
Yeah.
anybody else got anything?
You think? No. Catch you later. Mr. Armstrong, you're on board. Good morning. State your name for the record and who you're with and. Okay.
Button on the mic.
No, it is now.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so today we're going to be talking about owning your own insurance company, and in front of you I have, we've developed a preliminary captive insurance model for the county. But before I get into those slides, what would be a win from your standpoint with your insurance program. I've learned a little bit about your insurance picture and your insurance needs from Josh, but from your own words, what would be a good win walking away from here today?
Comments? This question?
Service is going to be most important. We have a lot of claims, a lot of talk through insurance trustees. They do an amazing job of taking care of our clients because there's a lot of departments, there's a lot of moving parts. And so service is going to be my number one key to make sure that that service is what we expect and require of whatever insurance company we decide to go with.
Sure.
So that's one of my biggest points, is to make sure that it flows well with the multiple departments, the multiple employees that we have within the county government. It's very complicated.
Yeah.
So service is a big one for me. I don't know, the other two can speak on that.
Well, certainly the best possible product for the least cost. It's,
Yep.
whether it's my business or the county's business, always the best possible service, best possible everything about insurance at the least cost.
Understood.
Obviously, we are the stewards of the taxpayers' dollars, so money's always an issue, and service. What we don't want to see is somebody come in with the pie in the sky quote the first year and then jack it the second and third year. Had that experience with insurance companies before, and as a county, we do not want to see that. So you got to produce what you say you can for the price that you quote. So that's my thoughts.
Yeah, all excellent thoughts and all excellent points. One of the main advantages of owning your own insurance company is that you do have more control over all of your coverages. We'll work with a number of independent third parties throughout the formation process and into the ongoing management of the captive insurance company. And part of our role as a captive manager is to help you coordinate those services of those individuals and help you manage the captive ongoing. We don't want this to be an administrative burden for any of our clients, and you're no exception to that rule. We want this to be as easy as a process to own your own insurance company. Insurance is already complicated enough. We don't want to overcomplicate the matter. And service is really our most important quality that we have at CSE Services. We don't want any of our clients to feel abandoned. We know that with other businesses that we work with, insurance tends to be more of a drag and a hassle to deal with. We do not want that to be the case with owning your own insurance company. If you need us, we'll be there. We always try to get back to any of our clients within 24 hours of phone call or any sort of communication. So we want this to be more of a partnership than it being, we're going to sell you a policy and we'll leave you high and dry. That's absolutely not what we're about. We want to be with you and partner with all of our clients for the long term, not just on an annual basis of a phone call here and there. So service is extremely important to the way we do business and the way that we operate. So if you go into the slides here, a little bit about our firm, CSE Services. So we are a captive insurance company manager, and essentially what that means is we help businesses all across the country create and form their own insurance company to self-insure, protect their business. And normally, instead of buying insurance from the commercial market, we try and help folks own their own insurance company where they can have commercial replacement, insure for other lines of coverage they may not be insured for currently, all the while trying to help them have better insurance, more insurance, and help them keep more of their profits at the end of the day. To date, we manage about 150 active captives through our history, and since 2005, we've managed well over several hundred captives throughout our time. We've also managed several municipalities before. We've worked with other government agencies and done this before, so we feel comfortable presenting this insurance model for you. And more about our firm, we actually sued the IRS a number of years ago, back in 2016. They issued a notice called 2016-66. Essentially, it was, in our opinion, it wasn't an advantageous issue for the small and mid-sized captive. So we took them to court over how they had administered and issued that notice, and our case actually went to the United States Supreme Court, where we won by a margin of 9-0, ultimately throwing that notice out. So we're not afraid to stand up for the captive industry and stand up for what we believe is right. And, you have one side of the aisle with Congress promoting captive insurance companies, and then you have the other side of the aisle with the IRS not loving captives. And of course, you have two conflicting governing bodies there. But nonetheless, we're always going to side with the small business owner and the business owners across the country. We believe captives absolutely have their time and place in the insurance market, just like the large, Fortune 500 companies all across the country. Most of them have captive insurance companies as well. But we want to make this available to the small and mid-sized business owner, as well as for the municipality here as well. So we believe the captive could have tremendous value for your program. Continuing along, going to slides 4 and 5, just a little bit about my background. I come from a family of insurance companies, insurance operators. Insurance is very comfortable with me. I have been with our firm for about 4 years now, and many of our employees are business owners themselves, so we feel like we have a unique perspective of being able to speak to the issues and the problems that business owners encounter, especially with their insurance programs. So we really want to make sure that captive insurance becomes an easier way to deal with your risk and manage your risk and not make it more complicated than it needs to be. Making sure that you have comprehensive protection, comprehensive insurance program, and really trying to change the way that most folks view insurance. Traditionally, it's thought of more of a sunk cost. You're paying a third-party insurance carrier, Travelers, State Farm. But by owning your own insurance company, you become the insurer. You have more control over what you're insuring, how much you're insuring for, your limits, premiums that you're spending, and you also have more control over the claims process. If I'm sure you've dealt with claims over your years here. Usually the claims process with commercial insurance carriers can be a drag, and it can be very arduous and take a very long time. With the captive, it can still take some time, but you have much more control. You have much more say over the matter and which claims you choose to file and things along that. Questions before I go deeper into the model? Okay, very good. So continuing on our slides, we talked about on page 6 here, what is a captive insurance company? Much like the large insurance companies, it's Travelers, State Farm, Allstate. A captive is a real insurance company. The primary difference is that usually the business or the business owner would own the captive, and you would, and this one's the county, right? And the county would own the captive and insure the risks of the county. Typically, it operates very similarly to these large insurance carriers. There are policies, there are reserves, hopefully there are surplus, there are claims. So it operates very similarly. And captive insurance has been around for quite a while, since the 50s. It's not a new concept, although it's gained quite a bit of traction in recent years. Just with the difficulty in the commercial market, rising premiums, increasing difficulty, working with these carriers, dropping of coverage, denying of coverage, non-renewing coverage. So captives have become more and more popular as the years have gone on. And really the last decade, we've seen the captive market explode across the country. And going on to slide 7, captives can do everything that you see there, any combination of the above. A lot of our clients form a captive because they have difficulty in the commercial market. So we look to replace our commercial lines, or where we can't replace them directly, we look to take higher deductibles on those existing lines of coverage and reinsuring those deductibles through the captive. So the goal with that is to try and lower your spend to a third-party insurer and also help your captive realize additional profit with that deductible reimbursement plan. So we're trying to create a win-win situation with your commercial insurance program. Oftentimes it does work quite well with the lowering of the commercial market or commercial premium you're spending. Many of our clients do that. Some of our other clients insure for other, what we call enterprise risks, so things that are difficult to insure in the market, whether that's because they're too expensive or sometimes unavailable. The county may not have some gaps in coverage with their current commercial insurance program. Oftentimes commercial insurance policies are riddled with exclusions on them and makes paying out of claims extremely difficult. Working with the whole claims process makes it very arduous and very time consuming. Whereas with the captive, the policies that are written with the captive are written very broadly. We try to encompass a much wider range of events or risks or losses that can occur. So you have added control with your captive, making sure that you're insuring specifically with what you want the municipality covered for. And you can also do health insurance as well through the captive. Typically, you have to have at least 50 employees. I'm assuming that probably is not a problem for the county here. Normally, we take a layer of your medical stop loss and insure that through the captive. Typically, we see savings of anywhere from about 5 to 15%, depending on the program that we're working with and the normal losses that you have for a given year. You can do any combination of those, but for the most part, today we'll probably be talking about replacing your current commercial insurance. So actually, if you go to slide 8, the next slide, it talks about very broad strokes what the captive structure would look like in terms of owning it. You'd have the shareholders or the, up top, they would own, the municipality, obviously, and you'd also own the captive. Typically, we try and have the ownership as the same structure. So we try and make it as easy as possible from that standpoint. And your business would be buying insurance from a reinsurance trust. If you go on to slide, jump to slide 30, if you will.
30?
Yes. This will be a better diagram of how the structure is. You have the shareholders up at the top, county up at the top.
That'll be us, the county on top.
Yeah. Yeah. They would be buying, you would be buying insurance from a fronting carrier and a reinsurance pool. Now this pool, it consists of about 150 other captive members, all participating and sharing risk with one another. And that's by design, because when we're forming these captive insurance companies, we need to make sure that we are distributing the risk of each business and the county in this case appropriately. So that way one loss or one given event for the company or any company that we're working with will not damage or cause significant losses for the pool as a whole. So when the captive is formed, you would be buying insurance from this reinsurance program, this fronting carrier. The carrier would provide insurance policies back to protect the municipality. And on the back end, when your captive is formed, initially 49% of your premium will be seeded directly into your insurance company, your captive insurance. And 51% will be held by this reinsurance pool. Every quarter that your captive operates, you will get a portion, about 25% of those premium, of that 51% back to your captive. Quarter 4 is typically where we take out any losses for the year as a whole. The reinsurance pool typically has losses anywhere from about 5 to 7% on an annual basis. So it's quite low, which is a very good thing, especially with how many members that we have. But the added benefit of being a part of the reinsurance pool and the reinsurance trust is that if the county had a loss, let's say there was maybe an accident with one of your vehicles and it was $100,000 of off your deductible, let's say. Normally you'd be out of luck and you have to pay that full $100,000 out of pocket if your carrier doesn't cover it currently. But with the reinsurance pool, participating in that pool, half of every loss will be paid by that reinsurance pool, roughly, about 51%.
So the participating catch was 150, so you have multiple groups of these 150s? Is that what I'm understanding? Mm-hmm. And how many municipals would be in that group? Like, well, who makes up that 150? Like, who decides that?
Right now, we don't have any.
Who would be the first one that you guys are? Yeah.
The good news is the businesses that are in the are responsible.
Yeah.
Have good loss control measures. Historic loss for the pool, share that with you. 5 to 7. Now, what does that mean? And I think, William, you mentioned stewardship tax is important. So, yeah. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Oh, no problem, no problem. Yeah. So, William, I think you mentioned stewardship's important, taxpayer stewardship. So today, when you pay $100 of insurance premiums, right? If you have no losses, you get nothing back typically, right? That's how most insurance programs work. What we're proposing is that the county own its own insurance company, which you can see in the diagram, that the county buy insurance from our fronting carrier. Our fronting carrier is called Affinity. Affinity is a licensed insurance company that would issue policies to the county, right? And then what Affinity does is it shares that risk back to the insurance company owned by the county. So that's where the stewardship starts. So in a typical year, let's just say you had no losses one year. I realize you have losses, right? Well, let's just say you had no losses. Out of the $100 that you would have paid away to insurance that would be gone, actually you would basically keep 93 of the $100, which is kind of a mind-blowing thought, right? So if you, and of course there's some cost to run the insurance company in there, and in most cases, if you had a no-loss year, out of the $100 you would have paid for insurance,
if we factor in, the risk management services that Josh and his team would provide, costs to run the insurance company, in a no-loss year, you'd keep about $75 out of 100 in your insurance company. And that's money the county can use. Money goes back to the county. Now, if you have a loss, and this is what Noah was alluding to in the loss structure, let's say you have a loss. Your insurance company is going to pick up 49% of that loss, and then 150 other insurance companies that are all clients that we manage, their insurance companies for them, they're going to cover 51% of your loss. So you're getting a lot of help when you have a loss, on the one hand. On the flip side, you have an opportunity to keep a large chunk of the money that you're paying away in insurance. Does that make sense?
Yes. Now, I don't know, but I don't think we've ever had non-loss years. I mean, there's always claims of going all the time. What happens if we go above what the group is allowing them to pay us? Because, I mean, we get claims all the time. I mean, Kyle's here, he can attest to that I don't think we've ever gone a year without a loss.
So how bad are your losses?
That I do not know particularly, but I know that we can't go off the no loss years. We're going to have some kind of loss.
And I think if you look at the model in here, we've modeled losses. See what page is that on?
Alan, within the packet, there's two different models. There's one with 5% less.
What pages?
20% loss rate.
So on 24.
Wait, page 24?
Yeah.
We'll start the first one. That'll show the 5%. And then also on page 26, you'll see that they also showed losses at 20%. So they're not showing anything with zero losses. That would be that'd be silly. I mean, we know the county's going to have losses. I mean, unless we start handing out bubble suits and filling off the air, I mean, there's going to be losses. So
yeah, if you look at 26, assume a 20% loss rate. Even so, the county has $446,000 left in its insurance fund at the end of the first year. Over a 5-year period, you build up $2.6 million at that rate. And we could certainly model 40% loss rate or 50% loss rate. It can definitely be modeled higher as needed, right? But over time, we believe that with good controls in place, and I know that Josh and his team will do that you can keep your insurance losses under control as much as possible. Start from a stewardship standpoint, building up money in an insurance company that the county owns, and then that money can come back to the county to be used, however you see fit.
So, let me be clear. I think Kellen's question, you talked about the $100. What if our losses are $125? How does that balance out?
Yeah, that's a good question. So if you look at your insurance policies that you have in place now, I would assume all of them have a policy limit on them. Is that a safe statement? Mm-hmm. Pretty much. You're not insured for an infinite loss, right? You're insured for a limited amount. So yeah, your insurance policies will all have they'll have limits on them. Okay. So you're insured up to that limit. And this is where, all captives have a little bit of risk in the first few years because you haven't had a chance to build up a lot of funds in the insurance company yet. So if you do have a really large loss early, then normally the county would have to pick up their portion of that with some capital, right? So the risk pool, which I was that Noah shared with you, will pay its half of the loss, right? If the county didn't have sufficient money yet in the insurance company, then the county would have to contribute capital into the insurance company to make up that delta, right? So there is a little bit of risk.
Is there a cap to that?
Yeah, there's a little bit of risk, there's a lot of reward, right? So it's both. I mean, if you have a really bad first year or second year before you've built up a lot of funds, there certainly is a risk that the county would have to put up some capital. I think if you looked over a 10-year period, let's say, or a 20-year period, I suspect you'd find, that you've probably paid a lot more in insurance premiums than you've gotten back in claims, right? So mathematically, over time, this should benefit the county. Did you have a question, Kellen?
Yes, so you're saying that we have to put some more back into it. Is there a limit to that? Like, say we have just a catastrophic thing and it goes way above what we were expecting. Is it just going to be 50%?
Like a $10 million claim that might be above our current coverage.
Yeah, something like, we're only going to be paying 50% of that?
Yeah,
Or if we have another one, do we have to pay another 50% on that one? Like, does it ever end for us, or does it like, hey?
Well, if you look at your current policies now, does it, those I suspect don't insure you to infinity, correct? Like, if you've got $5 million limit.
We'd have to talk to Kyle, insurance trustees, on that. So.
Okay, yeah. So I suspect you're not insured to infinity now, right? So whatever your insurance that you have in place is, you've got policy limits on it. If you're insured to $5 million and you have a $50 million loss, right, which is extremely catastrophic, your insurance company is going to pay $5 million, and the next $45 million is on you. Does that make sense?
Is that correct?
And I don't know what your limits are. I'm making that hypothetical number.
I know, but
yeah.
does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So you've got $5 million limits now, right? So if for some reason you had a judgment against you for $50 million, or of course you'd appeal and fight it, but in the event you lost a $50 million loss, so you got $5 million of insurance, the county is going to have to come up with $45 million anyway. That's pretty extreme, right? Mm-hmm. It's pretty extreme, and chances are you'd fight it and do everything you could to avoid it. By owning your own insurance company, the amount of risk you're taking is not as big as it sounds. If you've got a $5 million limit now, if you look at our model on 26, within the first few years, it's not long before you can pay a $5 million limit. And if you look at the claims going out, we've got, by year 3, you've already paid $350,000 in claims. And you've got $1.4 million built up in the insurance company. You can almost handle a $5 million hit then. By year 4, you can definitely handle a $5 million hit. So
what page are you
on 26, yeah. So on the front end, there is more risk, no doubt about it. And the ways that you mitigate that is to start smaller. For example, in your first year or two, you could decide not to put all $600,000 of risk in the captive. Maybe you're going to insure a smaller amount, right? Keep some in the commercial market, put a smaller amount in your captive, and start building up those funds. Get comfortable with the concept of owning your own insurance company, and then take more risk over time.
Questions?
So we'll just say in year 2, if the county went with this proposal and we did have a $5 million claim, how much would it cost the county on that second year?
Yeah, year 2. So if we look at year 2, right, you've got $936,000 built up in your insurance company. And we're assuming you already paid out a $123,000 claim, so let's add that back in. So that's $1,060,000 in your captive, right? So if you had a $5 million loss in year 2, your captive would be able to pay 40% of your share, right? So it would be $1.5 million in year 2 if you had a $5 million hit, right? And so I think if you weigh the mathematical odds of that, what are the odds that you're going to have a 20% loss rate versus the odds you're going to have a $5 million loss? I suspect the math heavily leans toward the 20% loss rate, right? Meaning that it's more likely that you have $936,000 in your insurance company at the end of year 2 than that you're having to shell out $1.5 million, because that happened to be the year you had a huge loss. Have y'all had a $5 million loss here before?
Honestly, I don't know. Don't know.
Yeah.
Jim and I are fairly new.
Yeah.
That'd be a question for Bill.
Yeah.
Not that I am aware of since
Yeah.
I've
Been in.
been
Yeah, it's
involved in this.
very unlikely. Very unlikely, yeah. Yeah. Another thing that we understood, and maybe we missed this, but I think you have a home that, the county home that you can't get insurance for, is that correct? It's been dropped?
That's a different conversation for now. I'll have a conversation about the Sunny Meadows.
Okay.
with you guys, so.
Because we're
But we
assuming,
do have
we're
insurance.
assuming
You have
covering that.
We
renewal.
do have insurance now.
Yeah,
We have renewal.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're assuming putting that here as well. So one of the nice things about a captive program is it may be not as picky as the market you're dealing with.
Insurance trustees went out and found it for us, so we're good on that, so. They did work on that, so.
Very good.
I mean, it sounds just like the kind of our health insurance that we're self-funded. So.
Somewhat, yeah.
We're having a little bit of issues
Yeah.
with that too, so.
Are y'all in a captive program or more just a self-funded program?
Self-funded.
Self-funded, okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, if you're in a self-funded program, you're getting obviously the stop-loss help, right, for the really, really big hits. This is a little different structure because you're getting help first dollar, right? So if you have a $100,000 loss, you're getting $50,000 of help on that loss, right? So it is a bit like self-funded, except usually self-funded health plans, you pay, except for the big stuff. Here you're getting help first dollar on every loss. So it's called a quota share. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? I think I have a better understanding now than I did when you first walked into the room, for sure. Insurance is complicated for the layperson, obviously.
It certainly is. We understand that 100%.
Yes, it is. And
Yeah.
unless you're in the insurance business, it takes a learning curve to get
Eat,
caught
sleep,
up.
and breathe it every day, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jess. Yeah.
Well, and then guys, also on page 26, something that I want to point out is, so on 26, year one, you know, you're if you pay $600,000 into captive premium, just like you pay for normal premiums, really take a look at the bottom line. The profit that number, that's what you're getting back as the county. So the profit that normally would go to the carrier, at $446,000, that's what's coming back to the county. That's not going to anyone but you guys as the county. So instead of the premium or the profit going away, you guys are getting that back to do whatever you guys want with that. So
These numbers, are these a worst-case scenario, a best-case scenario, or an average?
average.
It is an
Well,
average.
and page,
The 5 and
well,
20%. That's why they haven't split up at 5% loss, 20% loss.
well, and like on page 26, that's at a 20% loss rate. You know, if we wanted to show good like the best numbers, we would go down to the 5%,
5%.
which is on page 24.
Yeah.
So, and I think page 24, I mean, those are great numbers, but I mean, that would be a really, really good year. I mean, losses seem to be a little bit more sometimes on the county with everything the county has going on. So I think 26 might be more realistic because of the loss history for now, which I think the losses can be improved on with some more help. But even with a 20% loss ratio, I mean, those are great numbers because really instead of paying $600,000, you take the difference between 600 and 446, and that's really what you're paying for insurance, which is really low number. So, yeah, I just wanted to point that out so you guys saw that.
I do have a two-part question. One, I mean, my initial look at this is, okay, the county's making money. Where does your profit come at, and where does the insurance company's profit? Where is that in this?
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
I'll let you guys talk. Yeah.
You're not doing this for free.
Yeah, no, if you, yeah, so you see on, let's just look at 26, if that's okay. You see captive premiums, that's what you're paying for your insurance. We're assuming claims of 120,000.
Cost to run your insurance company, captive management, that's 54,000.
Yes.
Well, that actually is us, but it's not quite that simple. So when you own your own insurance company, there's an attorney that's going to be third party that's going to form it, draft the policy, so you're paying some legal fees there. There's also going to be underwriting, that's on our side. We're going to hire a third party actuary to make sure that the transaction's arm's length and we're not pushing them into a number, you know. So there's going to be a third party actuary there, and then every insurance company has to have an annual tax and audit, right? So that covers y'all as well. So, and then us to run the insurance company. So what we do is all your bookkeeping, your regulatory filings, claims administration, and so yeah, that's everything.
So,
and obviously, if you know, we would provide a much more detailed layout of the cost, you know, if you were considering moving forward with the program. Yeah.
so just so I'm understanding and clear, captive management goes to the insurance company. Underwriting profit goes to the insurance company, not the taxes. Underwriting profit goes to the insurance company. And investment gain goes to the insurance company. Am I missing something, or am I wrong?
So I think you're right. So, so 600,000 you pay in to buy insurance, right? It buys you 12 months of insurance. We're assuming claims are paid. There's loss. You know, somebody hits a telephone pole or the building gets damaged, et cetera, right? So 120 comes out to pay claims. That number is variable. That could be higher, it could be lower, right? The next line is what it costs to run your insurance company. Okay, that pays us, it pays all the people that will work on your insurance company's behalf, right? The next line down, underwriting profit, that is a fancy word for the insurance company's profit. The county will own the insurance company, so that would be the county's profit, if you will, right? Now,
Comes back, that's what you're talking about, comes back to the county.
it would come back. It won't come back right away, by the way. So you'll need to build up some reserve over time, but you'll hit a tipping point where that money can come back, right? So an ideal tipping point would be when you have $2.5 million in your insurance company. You can handle a $5 million loss. You know, that's what I think your limit is. That would be a great time to start dividending money back to the county to go to your school programs or whatever you want to do. And certainly you could say our insurance company returned $300,000 this year, and we're using that to fund the new playground over on 5th Street. You know, I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff that you can do. And I've seen that done before. The California school systems are all on a captive program, and they actually channel all the extra money into a scholarship fund, you know, and it's a big deal, and they really use it for good press, right? Now, your insurance company, and you know, obviously as a county, you really aren't a for-profit entity, so your insurance company can be taxed at zero. So you're not going to pay you're not going to pay taxes on the profit in the insurance company. That's good. So you don't have to do that. And then we're assuming that you get 6% return on your investment. You might get higher. I mean, you may have an investment strategy that's way better. You know, all insurance companies invest their money. There is a small tax on the insurance gains, 21%. So at the end of the first year, you would have theoretically $446,000 in your insurance company.
It's $20,192 after tax investment. It's not, I did the math and it doesn't calculate into that 446,192.
If you look at 25,560, that's your investment gain. We're going to have a 21% tax on that gain. So that would be about $5,300.
Which would,
so
take that, yeah, because I did the 426 plus the 25,560 minus the 536 equals that 446. Maybe I did the math wrong. So I'm trying to figure out.
If you look at the 426, right?
Yes.
And then that after-tax investments, 20, add 20 to 426, that'll give you 446. So those two lines.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
These two lines equal that after-tax, add that after-tax. Okay, I got you now.
Yeah,
I was confused by that. Okay.
Yeah, your investments are taxed, unfortunately. There's no way
You're
around that.
grouping the investment ROI and the tax to make that number, which is what you add on to the 4220.
exactly.
Okay.
Is that correct? We pay taxes on our interest earned in our general fund? We do.
Well, an insurance company does. You may not as a county, but your insurance company would have to. Yeah.
Because it would not be a county entity technically, it would be an independent for-profit business, if I understand it.
Theoretically, I mean, yes.
But it's for the county profit.
The county's owning a
situation.
for-profit business, yes. Right.
Okay.
Very
Any other questions, comments, confusion? No, really, I've got a sort of an understanding. You've done a good job, if I can kind of understand it.
Very good. Very good. No, I think we see these a lot in universities. They are in some municipalities, so you wouldn't be the first one in the country to do it by any stretch. There definitely are municipalities that use captives, and it is definitely a way to I'm confident that you have very good safety programs in place, and probably reward all your employees for doing a really good job. And I suspect, and we'd be happy if you want to share the last 5 years of insurance losses with us. We'll work with Josh and his team, and we'll rerun the model based on your last 5 years of losses. And I think that'd give you maybe even a better picture than these estimates. We'll be glad to do that if you're willing to share the 5 years of losses.
I have to say our safety program has made great gains,
Yeah.
and we've gotten a lot of help from insurance trustees in that respect. They've been
Absolutely.
very active
Yeah.
in helping us do that. So I gotta give them kudos and credit for that to some degree at this point, but
Absolutely.
we do
Yeah.
have
If your
appreciate it
safety
as well,
program
sure.
is, if your safety program is working, then that's a great time to have a captive and take advantage of it. Start keeping some of that money that you're earning, right?
Theoretically, right. Right. Anything else? We're up to the clock. Anything else? Questions?
No, I need time to digest this myself. I just need time to go through this and digest it.
Completely understand. Yeah, if there's I don't know if there's a way to answer other questions, be happy to do that. Just let us know.
Seems like we're up against the timeline as far as getting anything changed.
Our renewals May 10th, right, Tyler? Yeah, so.
May 10th.
I would have more questions, but I understand the basics here. I could always meet with Josh and answer more questions. I have more concerns about this participating captive of 150 of how do we get in there, and if we're pushing them too hard on it, are they willing to kick us off or stuff like that? But that's questions I can ask with Josh
Sounds
another
good.
time.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Gallagher. Where's Gallagher?
Good morning.
There he is.
You're fine.
That's fine, right?
Make sure your mics are on. Yeah.
That's, yep.
Oh, well, come on.
Evidently, there was a run on President.
You might have it.
This is a little bit different.
Got one more.
We added some
Is that the same as? Okay.
Make sure you go like that on all your buttons. Couldn't see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think his was on. Yours might not be on. Now you're good.
Now we're good to go?
Come.
Yeah, it's coming.
Good stop.
Good.
Good morning. I'm Tim Petrie, and this is Marty Deslin. We're with Gallagher Insurance Risk Management Services. First of all, I want to congratulate you guys on your newly elected positions, commissioners. Welcome. Can't wait to have many discussions with you. So, we are Gallagher. We were founded in 1927. We are inching up on 100 years old. We have been in the public entity space for well over 40 years. We have over 700 experts in the public entity space, whether that be K through 12, cities, counties. We have over 12,000 clients across the U.S. And with me today is Marty Deslin, and he is one of those experts in the public entity space. He has also been elected to the president of the Big I, which is an organization for independent insurance agents in Indiana. And what we come to you today to discuss is how Gallagher can improve your risk profile and how we did a deep dive analysis into the county's policy. We have kind of a service standards that we'll show you on page 7. You know, we return phone calls within 24 hours. We issue invoices and related documents 8 days after or when final terms and conditions are confirmed. We incorporate policy changes, issue certificates within 24 hours or as needed. And you can just go on and see what our...
Let me stop right there for a second. So one of the reasons that we like to put those service standards up front in our presentations is, you know, it doesn't matter to you guys at the end of the day that we're the third largest insurance broker in the world. It doesn't matter to you at the end of the day that we provide insurance services for more municipalities and counties and public entities than any other broker in the country if we're not giving you really, really good prompt service on a daily basis. And so we put those service standards in there to just kind of show you our commitment to service team. if we had the opportunity to be your broker, one of the things that you would see, Susan especially, is sometimes it'll feel like half of Arthur J. Gallagher is copied on emails. And we do that because there's always there's a lead service person. We tend to team up as brokers and producers. And then there's always a backup service person, so that if your lead person is out of the office on vacation, sick, what have you, there's a backup person that doesn't have to get up to speed with you as a client. So
Would that be, say we went with you today, I'm not saying we are, who would that person be right now?
So today, it would most likely be Vicki Downs as the lead. Vicki resides in South Bend. She's been with Gallagher. I'm in my 11th year, so she would be in her 14th year with Gallagher. And last year, we celebrated her 50th year in the insurance profession. She would most likely then be backed up by Alexis Woods, who sits in Indy. Ultimately, that decision would be made by Lindsay Fields, who runs the service team for our branch down in Carmel. All of our service team members have a specific amount of client revenue that they're able to work on. So if we ever got to the point that one of those were over their revenue threshold, we would reshuffle, because we always want to make sure that whoever is your lead service person isn't overwhelmed and overburdened. But today it would most likely be Vicki. One of the other things that I want to hit on before we move into the rest of the presentation, if you go back to page 3, the thing that I most like to point out about Gallagher is on the bottom right, and this is actually a dated slide now. That should say 2024. We have been named one of the world's most ethical companies 13 years in a row by an organization called Ethisphere. We are the only insurance broker to ever receive that award, and that is because of our commitment to transparency in the way in which we earn our fees, the way in which we process our policies, the way in which we interact with our clients. To me, that's the most important thing on that slide. So, with that, and I'm sorry this is a little bit clunky because we can't move our way through the presentation, but I did want to give you a really brief update of the insurance market. Just looking at page 9, there are some interesting things going on with the insurance market. Believe it or not, the property market is starting to soften. That doesn't mean across the board we're seeing rates come down, but we're seeing the amount of rate increases subside. But it's kind of a bifurcated property market. If you have a really strong statement of values that tells really good stories about your property, we are seeing better and better rates. If you have difficult property or difficult losses or a lack of detail, the market is staying hard. What that means is we are spending an extra amount of time with our clients and prospects, helping put as much detail as possible into the statement of values. As I was telling Tim, if you've got a building and it doesn't say when your roof was last updated, the underwriter is going to assume that roof is 25 years old. So if you've got a roof that's been updated recently, we want to tell the underwriter, we want to tell that story because your risk profile is better. Then moving 2 pages to page 11, the casualty market remains especially difficult, and this is true more for municipalities and educational institutions than anybody else. We are seeing auto claims that are continuously exceeding your first $1 million and jumping into excess lines. Law enforcement, legal liability claims continue to skyrocket and increase, and it is just a really difficult market. So that means we are having to access as many markets as possible to make sure we're getting the best possible terms and conditions for county and municipal clients. And counties and municipalities are not alone in this. Social inflation and nuclear verdicts are a real thing and a real problem. Next, we've just done a little bit of analysis of your property, and I'll walk through that. But before I do you have any questions about Gallagher or the market as a whole? Okay. So on page 13, after receiving your policies, we always like to help our clients and prospects create a visual understanding of their insurance program. So we've laid out your policies with your carriers, your limits and deductibles, just so, again, you can get a good visual example of what your policy looks like. A couple things that we've noticed, and we'll talk about this later, we don't see a pollution liability policy here, which is important not just for buildings in cases of mold, but also if you've got landfill, underground storage tanks, or what have you. So I was wondering about that. Does the city own landfill, or do you know if you have any underground storage tanks? No. County, sorry, county.
We don't have a current running.
No.
Landfill's been closed for at least 40 years, at least 30 years,
right?
At least. And as far as I know, there are no underground tanks.
Very good.
No.
Is that correct?
That is correct. We got one above ground, a big tank, double wall.
Okay.
And it's brand new.
Tank, yeah, brand new.
So that is something you may want to have a pollution liability policy.
It's probably not liability there.
Well, I think it is under the policy already.
It would.
Moving on then to the next page. When we do an analysis of folks' policies, and when we're working with you on a daily basis, we like to group our conversation into what we refer to as the 6 primary cost drivers of insurance and risk management. So insurance premiums, program structure, coverage gaps, uninsured and uninsurable losses, contractual liability, and loss prevention and claims. So first thing, just under insurance premiums, when we took your policies, we reviewed them, and your current total premium of what we reviewed was $675,558. The property rate that you're paying is 12.4 cents. So that's 12.4 cents per every $100 of insured value. We recently benchmarked our 13 public entity and higher ed clients that in Indiana, and the average rate, property rate that they're paying is 6.6 cents. So that tells us either you've had some losses or your statement of values could be improved, but it feels like there's some room in your property policy to drive down without.
Where did you pull these clients from?
Pardon me?
Were they Midwest people, or they?
These are all Indiana.
All Indiana.
This is the ones that would most match up with you directly would be St. Joe County, Elkhart County, City of New Albany, Indianapolis-Marion County Building Authority, Indianapolis Public Library. So it's a good sampling across Indiana. From a program structure standpoint, the majority of your coverage, if not all, is being placed through an MGA or a wholesaler, meaning your agent is using an intermediary to access carriers. In some cases, you have to use a wholesaler. There are a couple of policies that appear maybe were access to a wholesaler because of losses. But when you look at somebody like Travelers, that's a carrier that we go directly to. And if we were to become your agent and bypass the wholesaler and go direct, without changing a thing, we're going to knock 5 points off of your spend. Because the wholesaler's making 5 points, the broker's making 5 points. We tend to net out commission and charge a fee that is usually around 10%. So by going direct, there's going to be immediate savings.
Okay, help me to understand this. Whether it is insurance trustees or Gallagher, you're both looking at Travelers, and I don't see where that would make any difference whatsoever on that rate.
So insurance
well, that's number one.
Yeah.
And number two, you have this average property rate, which I seriously doubt at this time you could get that low with this county having, I'm assuming that the counties you're mentioning have better jails than what we have, because I know the jail is one where it is a very high premium right now, our old jail. And number two, they don't have a Sunny Meadow, since we're the only one in the state that has that facility at this time. So both of those are going to be, I'll call it a huge drag. So I find it difficult to believe that you could get down to the .066 to begin with, having both of those entities in this county. And if you're both using Travelers, how can it be any different? It's still going to, if you go to Travelers or somebody else goes to Travelers, it's still going to be the 124.
So I'll take the Travelers question first. We, for clients of your size, tend to not be compensated on commission. We tend to work on a separate fee-based arrangement, and we net the commission out of policies. So in that Travelers program, there's 15% commission baked in. Your broker is making 10, and your broker is using a wholesaler to access Travelers, and the wholesaler is making 5. If we move to a fee-based arrangement and charge 10% on fee, we're stripping out 5%. Does that make sense? Because we're going direct to Travelers and telling Travelers, take the commission out. So we would go direct to Travelers, take the commission out. So that reduces the cost by 15%, and then we charge a fee of 10. Net and 5, back to the county. To your question about Sunny Meadows, St. Joe County actually still owns a group home. They're getting ready to divest of it as well. You may very well be right. I just was surprised that your rate is double the average of our clients. And maybe it's appropriate that it's double, but I'd love to dig in and find out. Does that make the fee versus commission make sense?
Not really, but go ahead.
Okay. One of the things that was interesting to us under program structure, and that we would love to dig into and understand a little bit more, is the DeKalb Change Academy. And we noticed that you all are carrying educators' legal liability coverage for DeKalb Change Academy. There are other important school-like coverages that we didn't see, such as corporal punishment, non-monetary relief, defense coverage, et cetera. And it made us wonder if the contractual arrangement to operate DeKalb Change Academy does create a need for you all to carry educators' legal liability, or if that risk and exposure could be transferred to whoever is operating DeKalb Change Academy. But so my guess would be either you need educators' legal and other school-based insurance, or you can transfer all that risk away and not need to spend that money, one of the two. But it seems weird that you would have some school-based coverage, but not all school-based coverage. So again, something we would love to dig into, review contracts, make sure that you're transferring as much risk away as possible and not taking on unnecessary risk.
You were on the school board. You are happy saying that, or understanding that?
Well, my understanding is that the county has some employees that are going to the Change Academy, correct?
I think it is under the purview of the county, is my understanding. I've talked to them before about legal issues. I mean, as far as the school side, I think they're monitoring the students and helping them with their work, but I don't know that there's necessarily a teacher.
We do have a teacher out there, and then we have people that we would call facilitators. And so they are dealing one-on-one, two-on-one with students out there through our community corrections, because remember, change is a part of community corrections, but it's the juvenile part of it. So it's all educational, and we actually do have one licensed teacher.
But it's not like a charter school. It's not a charter.
No,
school.
it is not a charter school. No. No, it's a part of the juvenile correctional part.
Title to change academy is tribe name of it.
That's helpful. So I know there was an operating contract in place, because even though you are sending someone, is corrections operating it, or is the school district operating on
Community corrections.
corrections?
Yeah, community corrections.
Well, it's something we would love to dig in and make sure, again, that all of your exposures are covered and taken care of, and that there isn't an unnecessary exposure there. And then we did note that the group home, landfill, and recycling operations are excluded by travelers. So it's good to know that the landfill's been closed for a good long time. And I know that you all have been working on the group home issue and did get that policy renewed. And then we noticed, lastly, that there's a separate law enforcement legal liability policy. And it appears maybe that was driven by claims and a non-renewal, but there may be an opportunity there over time to streamline your policy, because you typically put that general liability and law enforcement legal liability in a single policy, which can create some efficiencies, which is always going to come with managing your claims and losses. On coverage gaps, I think one of the biggest things we noticed was that your crime coverage is included on your property policy. We would typically write a separate crime policy. It's going to be a little bit more robust and have higher limits, something that we would recommend. Turning to uninsured and uninsurable losses, the one thing after our conversation is if you've got that storage tank, even if it's above ground, we'd recommend a pollution liability policy. And then lastly, we were wondering if the county health department carries med-mal coverage or not, medical malpractice?
I don't think they do, because I thought that came up as an issue. Could be wrong at that, but Dottie knows. That's what you remember too. Yeah. I don't think they carry medical malpractice.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't remember when we hired the first school community liaison nurse, if that was a question, because when she was hired, I mean, as we have RNs, and whether or not we covered them or they carried their own. I don't remember.
And some may cover their own. Some want their employer to pick it up for them. It just varies. Just, it's an exposure worth talking about.
Just for correction, I did check with our insurance carrier, and we do already have that.
Med-mal?
Yep. And to answer the next one on the nurses, we don't have any nurses. There's no medical people. At the county home?
No, not if it's no nurses, no CNA. Yeah, well, we went to the next point. We went back to the next point.
Sorry.
To the home. Sorry.
I jumped ahead of you.
You're jumping all over the place.
Next line down. I got you, Jim.
I said next.
So when we walked in, you all were talking about your safety program and how it's taken off and doing well, which is great to hear. When we looked at your workers' comp policy with IPEP, we noticed that back to 2004, looking back 5 years, your losses totaled, work comp losses totaled $608,000, and you've got a 1.19 mod. What is really interesting, and we'll talk about this later, is you've got one claim that is almost half of that. That claim comes off your, provided you guys stay safe, your mod is going to plummet and your premiums ought to go down. We offer a free online safety training program called Gallagher Step. I know Tim had mentioned you all have invested in a training program. Gallagher Step allows you to assign up to 10 online modules per year to employees across the county. You don't need to assign all to everybody, but you can assign specific training based on their exposure. Send in the highway department some defensive driving classes or other things related to driving, et cetera. Again, we offer that free of charge to all of our clients, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But moving forward 2 slides, I know Tim loves to talk about national risk control. I think our national risk control teams are the best thing that we offer to our clients. We have loss control services to help you all improve where you feel a need to improve, whether it be updating fleet safety and driver policies and procedures, whether it be internal policies and procedures inside human resources. At the end of the day, loss control is a group of people that are trying to help you eliminate losses. Secondly, then we do have claims advocacy, so that if you do have a claim, regardless of how innocuous a claim seems, we will assign a claims advocate so that they can get between you and the carrier and help you adjudicate that claim, whether it be an auto claim, a liability claim, or a property claim. We also have a group of specialists who do nothing but financial lines, your cyber, fiduciary, crime, employee dishonesty, et cetera. And then we have claim centers so that they can help you file your claims and take that off of your plate. Switching to the next page then, our loss control team relies heavily on data and analytics to help you evaluate your losses and needs. So we have taken your work comp loss runs, just to give you an example of some of the tools and resources. So I have to keep putting my glasses back on so I can see page numbers. If you flip to the next page where it says work comp claim history, and these years are based on policy years. So 2024 is almost over, obviously. So your claims activity, other than 2020 and 2021, has been really good. You have more of a frequency issue than a severity issue. So the green dots are the number of claims, and then obviously the blue line is what has been incurred. So overall, you've done a pretty good job of managing your severity. And then if you move to the next page, you'll see that pushing and pulling claim, which, by the way, is still open at $294,951. So that's literally about half of your $608,000 in losses. But if we look down, if you look at the last 2 claims at the bottom, you've had 33 claims related to slipping and falling. So if I was going to ask myself, where should I focus to reduce my work comp, I'd focus on slipping and falling. Let's identify where that slipping and falling is happening and what can we do to eliminate exposures related to that. So what we would often do with our clients is if we see that a certain building or a certain location is driving those kinds of losses, we'll bring a loss control expert in to work with you and your safety team to loss control and identify what might be hazards. And it can be a little innocuous stuff, rugs flipped up or cords on the ground. In this case, you've had some slip and fall on ice and snow. So are we getting ice down? Are we plowing in a timely manner? Things like that. So again, focus on what are driving claims, where are the claims happening, and how do we eliminate the exposures? If you move to the next page, then you're going to see contusions and strains, right? So what would really be nice to do then is do a deeper dive and find out what kind of injuries are driving the slips and falls. And we haven't gone that deep yet, but to us, it's interesting, it geeks out, and then it helps our loss control folks. But then if you flip 2 pages, so what we wanted to know is, where are these claims happening? And what we found is that locations and departments are not showing up on your loss run report. So either there's detail being left off of the claim when it's reported, or IPEP isn't categorizing things correctly, one of the two. But it would be really nice if we could look back and provide the department or the building location. So again, we know where those claims are happening, so then we can zero in with our loss control plan. Just found it interesting. So this is a product called Gallagher Drive Client. For clients of your size, we will take your loss runs and we will upload them either quarterly or monthly, depending on your desire. I think your claim count's probably low enough that quarterly would be enough. And then this Gallagher Drive Client is a link that would sit on your laptop for whomever you wanted to give it access to, so you can see in real time and drill down on what your claims are, what the drivers are. And we do this not just for comp, we can do it for auto, for general liability. Property is a little bit less important, but if we do this for comp, work comp, auto, and general liability, can really start telling stories and help you take that training program that you've recently bought, or Gallagher Step, if you decide you want to use it, and be assigning those training modules strategically based on what's driving your losses. Again, our goal is to put as much money back in as possible. Any question about Drive Client?
No.
So then I did put in a page about Gallagher Step. At the risk of being repetitive, this is a free online safety training platform. It has about 200 modules now. Many of those modules can be offered in English and Spanish. If you have a Spanish-speaking workforce, the modules do work on phones, so people can do them on a smartphone while the car is being washed, or whether they're at the grocery store, what have you. And it does keep an electronic record of who's been assigned training modules and who's taken them and completed them. So, on to just a little proposed strategy. If you all are thinking about making a change, I wanted to show you just our client stewardship strategy. So we typically will sit down with our clients between 150 and 180 days prior to renewal, and have a meeting to talk about what have we done together the past 6 or 7 months and what's our strategy going into renewal. With our public entity clients and renewals remaining tough, we usually have monthly update calls just to let you know where we are in the renewal process, what we're hearing from carriers, et cetera. So I have set 8 public entity clients that renew on 7/1. We actually had a 15-minute meeting with all 8 of those last week, letting them know how we're trending to our July 1 renewal. And we would be doing that with you as well. If you keep your renewal at May 1, we'd be having those conversations in February and March. And what we tell people is we can't always avoid pain, but what we absolutely want to do is make sure that we avoid surprises, right? We want you, when we sit down for our final renewal meeting, usually 2 to 3 weeks before renewal, you know exactly where it's going to be. Like I said, we want to eliminate those whenever possible.
So you're saying you need 150 to 90 days to do a proposal, correct? Am I reading this? Or 90 to 45 days to go to market, 45 days to propose and bind?
That is our typical process.
Because you know we have to renew by May 10th, which is 26 days from now.
Correct.
You got to add in the holidays at Easter and Good Friday, so those are going to knock out some days. And then you got to knock out the weekends, which, I mean, business hours, so you're looking more at 2 weeks.
And if you put forward 2 pages, there's even less time than that, right? We do not see this as an opportunity to bring you quotes, and I will tell you, we aren't quoters either. What we believe would be in your best interest, we decide who do you want to be your broker, who do you want to represent you in the marketplace, number 1. Number 2, is that May renewal date the optimal renewal date? And we would propose a broker of record letter that would name us the broker. Would need to happen very quickly because there is a 10-day waiting period before we can start working on your behalf. We would have a relatively short period of time to, to do things with your existing program to try to maximize it in the short run and be tactical, and then spend the balance of 2025 working to help make sure that you are best positioned to maximize your next renewal in the marketplace. For example, digging into your statement of values, making sure that it's as detailed as possible. Reviewing loss runs, getting open claims closed if at all possible, like that $294,000 claim. Identifying where any difficult claims have driven change in policy and procedure so that we can communicate that in the marketplace. All of that takes some time. And I will give you an example. We were named the broker for the city of Fort Wayne last year on May 22nd. We took over as broker of record. They have a July 14th renewal. We immediately dug in to their property statement of values, and we identified, this is your total insured value, but about $80 million of buildings that didn't exist anymore. Removed those from the policy and drove about $12,000 in premium savings immediately. I'm not saying we can do that for you, but I'm 100% convinced when looking at your policies that there are ways to drive efficiency, there are ways to tell your story in the marketplace, and the program can be improved. Do we have time to get new quotes now? Not at all. Do we have, if we were your broker, would we be able to improve your program over time? I strongly believe that. So, again, the key to that would be a really quick decision about who you want to represent you in the marketplace, because like you said, there's not much time. If you wrote a broker of record letter tomorrow, there'd be a 10-day waiting period before you really start digging into those, communicating with underwriters.
No, go ahead.
All right, explain me the broker of records. I am getting conflicted information from the internet, which is always not fun to go down to, from other insurance guys I have talked to. You're getting all this data from somewhere, IPEP, correct?
No, you shared your loss runs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, just a simple question, it's going to sound pretty just ignorant of me. Why can't you set up a quote and say, this is what it's going to cost for you to cover these coverages, and insurance trustees can do the same thing, and Josh Armstrong Group can do the same thing, without having to do this broker of record? Because we had a whole issue with it last year, with signing of it, not signing of it, whatever. Why can't you go get the insurance? If you can talk to Travelers, why can't you talk to Travelers and give us a quote, and insurance trustees, Kyle, can do the same thing? I guess I'm confused at what broker of record. I understand it gives you guys the power to work on our behalf, but why can't you give us the numbers before we sign you to that? That's my confusion with the broker of records.
So, first of all, we don't have data, right? Number one. Number two.
And who has that data? We have that data?
You guys would have the data.
So we could give that data to you guys or anybody that would ask for it?
Right.
Okay.
So the public entity market space is not huge. If you have 3 people out quoting in the market, you're gonna bifurcate the market. So
you're gonna what? I'm sorry.
You're gonna bifurcate the market. So a carrier is only gonna talk to one agent. So I can't talk to Travelers because Insurance Associates is contracted with Travelers on your behalf, or an MGA who's contracted with Travelers, but I couldn't talk to Travelers.
Okay, so talking out loud, and I'm getting scared, Kyle, okay? If we did not have a broker of record for anybody, would you be able to go have conversations with them? Because we don't have anybody that's specifically set up for us to go talk to them. Could you guys then come to us with those quotes, and then we can choose the broker of record based on those quotes?
In theory. But what you would do then is, so it's going to be whoever gets to a carrier first, right?
Yeah.
Right. So let's say the best carrier for you in work comp is
Travelers. We can just go with Travelers if you want to use.
So you might have, if you've got 3 people out competing in the marketplace, each one of those 3 might have found the best carrier for a certain line of coverage, right? Josh might have found the best auto carrier, Insurance Associates might have found the best work comp carrier, and we might have found the best property carrier. And at the end of the day, you're going to lose out because one person hasn't amassed the best markets in whole. So it is absolutely in your best interest, regardless of whether you choose Josh or stay where you are, to give one broker full authority on your behalf in the entire marketplace. And let them bring you the best program possible. If you try to get 3 people out on your behalf, all it does is divide the market, create confusion, and you end up losing out. Now, I would argue that we have bigger, deeper relationships with more carriers than anybody else. We would be able to go to carriers that others would not be accessing.
I guess my comment back to that would be, then we have to trust, and not knocking you guys or anything, we have to trust that you guys are actually getting the best of that without having comparatives to that, so.
The other.
It's just my opinion on that, so I mean.
So the other thing that's critically important, and again, it doesn't matter whether it's us or Josh or Insurance Associates, is top line, we understand is price. But whether you're talking about liability or property coverage, the world is changing so rapidly that on property we're seeing specific deductibles for things like wind and hail, water damage. We're seeing sublimits in liability coverages. We're seeing difficult sublimits on cyber. You guys can evaluate price. You can add. You need somebody who can dive into a policy and tell you why it would be better to spend a little bit more money with Chubb than with Travelers. Somebody's got to dig into that proposal and do things that you guys shouldn't be insurance experts, right? You need somebody to help you with that. I'll give you an example. I haven't dug in, but I would bet that on your Travelers policy, it says you have blanket coverage, and then there's a Travelers only slaps on what they call a margin clause, which basically takes your blanket coverage away. Chubb doesn't do that. Chubb is usually a little bit more expensive, but it offers superior coverage as one example. We would give you those two options side by side and let you decide. Do you want to save a little bit of money and take your chance with the margin clause, or do you want to pay a little bit more money and know that your blanket is going to protect the county's entire property? It's those things that you need a broker evaluating on your behalf. Because at the end of the day, if you don't, you're just adding numbers up.
You good?
I
think I'm good at this point.
Well, we'd love to have the opportunity to do business with you. And you've got Tim in your backyard who will always be here to service you, and I'd be here to support him, whatever he needs.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Really quick, Mr. Keller just brought this into our office and asked that our girls bring it into you all. I'm not sure what it is, but it looks like it's information on what he just talked to you about. So would you prefer to look at it now and I pass it around, or I can save it and we can scan it in and send it?
Yeah,
Okay.
scan and send it.
That way we all get, yep.
Okay,
and have
will
time.
do. Yep, will do.
6 o'clock. Okay, decision time. I believe it's decision time. Is that true? Is that what we're going to do here next? Agent of record?
I say we stay with insurance trustees. They said I don't want to rush through the process of having Gallagher try to get through it, even though they said it would be a rush, and I would rather make sure on a big decision like this, we have time to really divulge into it and look into it.
I think that's a motion.
I don't know if you need a motion. They already, well.
Do we need to make a motion?
To stay with insurance trustees?
Well,
Is that
that
what
might
you're
be a
asking?
question for Kyle, whether it has to be decided on a yearly
I mean, he's
basis, or they
always-
just stay once they're appointed, if they stay. Can you come up to the mic?
That's what I was
Just make sure
thinking.
the mic's on.
Hey,
Yeah,
since where he already is, we're not making a change.
We're not making a change, so I don't know that you need an official motion, but.
Yeah, the only reason you'd need to do a broker or record is if you're going to make a change. You already are assigned or already working with travelers and have been all year.
Because there's no necessarily time limit on agent of record, because that's not the insurance premium and insurance contracts, it's just having an agent of
Yeah,
record.
you just have to have it signed early enough. There's a wait period, like he mentioned, 10 days. Then you have to have enough time to then go back to travelers and restart the process, which obviously there's not enough time for that. So it's more of a long-term play, I guess, at some level for them. But you don't have to do anything today to work with us.
Yeah, I would say then you don't need a motion for that.
Okay.
For the record, I concur. Insurance trustees has done, from what I can tell, is a very good job for the county and trying to make sure that we're getting the low-cost insurance for the best product we can get.
You guys have anything else before I get into Sunny Meadows?
I don't think so.
Good, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go to Sunny Meadows.
Let's go into Sunny Meadows here. This is going to be a bit of a
Kyle.
conversation.
Thanking Kyle.
Thank you, Kyle. Yep.
And then-
So with the committee that I've been on, and we've had a lot of discussions, we've met, and I have a letter of recommendation of what the recommendations are. If you want to look, it's all been signed. So let me back up a little bit. Who is on the committee is myself, Bob Kraft, Lita, Mitch from Fortified Life, and Aaron from Alliance, and Tyler Clemently from United Way. Those are all the signatures that are on there. We have discussed, and this is the recommendations to the commissioners, is to transition all the residents out of Sunny Meadows that is in there now over the next year. We have insurance per Kyle, that we have insurance for Sunny Meadows for the next year. We were going to use that timeline. The committee believes that the residents can go into a better living situations and better overall situation than what we can provide and the services that we can provide. There's a lot of third-party companies out there that can provide better service, better care for these individuals than what we are currently doing and are able to do going forward. So we'll start with that first before we go to anything else on that. So what's your guys' thoughts?
Certainly done the groundwork. I commend the effort you've put into this. I greatly appreciate your efforts.
You want
to? Having been there several times myself, and it's not an easy decision, having to make this decision. However, when Sunny Meadows was built, we didn't have the bone center, we didn't have the other facilities they were not in existence. I believe Sunny Meadows has served its purpose, and I would hate to think of the money anyway. Bill, did you want to see the letter?
And I think that along those lines, the county thought out whether another entity would be willing to take it over, and nobody wanted to do that, and probably primarily because of
not the current
building.
facility. The current
Yeah,
facility was the
facility.
big red flag for it. So that was recommendation. I did talk to the staff and the residents this morning. That's why I was late. Andrew Cruz was with me. Dottie was with me to go out there and inform them that this is the route that I would be suggesting to the commissioners. But I did let them know that I am one of 3 commissioners. I cannot make this decision, but I would be presenting this so that way they would know ahead of time and wouldn't be blindsided by this. So.
Sorry.
You're good.
I had to do that.
That's fine.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
So I will let you guys just make motions and stuff since I was very much into this process, so.
So Kellen, you're talking about closing the facility when?
We would transition everybody out, and then the transition date is May of 2026. Whenever, we're trying to use the timeline of when the insurance for Sunny Meadows would be needing to be renewed, which Kyle and I have talked about, and that would be suffice. May 10th would be when it, yeah.
And the 1 year gives you time periods to make sure everyone has safe housing.
Yeah, and we'll get
outside of it as
into
well.
that a little bit once we, if you guys decide this is the route we're going, we have some other things we can discuss.
Okay. You need anything, we probably need some motion on this.
Yes. Yes, there'd be a motion.
I would so move that we follow the recommendation of the committee that is looking into the Sunny Meadows issue. And my motion is to approve those recommendations as presented.
I will second. Any further comments, questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries.
With that plan to hire a transition coordinator. I've been in discussions with some, and then we'll get you recommendations to you guys to take a look at it to see, to hire someone that can help transition the Sunny Meadows and deal with all the paperwork, all the evaluations of the residents going forward, and financials and all that stuff to help each resident, case by case, to find a place to place them. If that is, depending on their situation, whatever is best for them. She's worked with, they can work with other programs and companies that do this, so she'll be the point on that. Will want to hire the person that's an expert on it. The leading person so far is somebody from Adams County to help transition Adams County's residents out. And so she has a lot of expertise in history, and I'm in conversations with her. And then I will bring her resume and everything else to another meeting when we have the conversation. With that also being said, we talked to Angela about the everything last night. Andrew Cruz, Dottie, and myself went out there and had a conversation with her last night to give her a heads up prior to telling the staff and the residents. During that conversation, she has resigned. She has given a letter of resignation. I believe Andrew has that with her. Sorry. Who's? Oh. She's given her last day is going to be May 2nd.
May 2nd.
May 2nd. So for employment.
And I just gave the letter to Jody.
So if you guys want to look at it, she'll have a copy of that and everything too. Then we have a little bit of an issue with her resigning and her residents there, living there without having a lease of any sort. Andrew and I have had a conversation about that we have to go through the eviction process to just clean everything up, to make sure everything is legal.
Well, unless she, I mean, if she voluntarily leaves, that's fine. You don't have to actually file like an eviction suit. I'm not sure what you mean by eviction, but.
Well, we have to send a letter to her.
Give a notice of,
Give her
yes,
notice
30
of it.
days,
We don't
yeah.
have to follow suit, but give notice to it, so then that way, if there's any issues legally or anything like that, since we have no lease, that's kind of the route we decided to go to.
I agree.
Do that. So we would have to make a motion on that, and I'll leave that up to you guys again.
Because the lease is technically separate from her employment.
Yes.
So yes, I understand
The
what you
living
mean now by
residency, yeah.
eviction process, yeah. Just a notice to terminate the lease process. But you three are in control of that.
I mean, that would give her
Point.
30 days, but we can also, I mean, we'll have leeway there too, to play with. So it's not like we're going to kick her out on the 30 days out, but it protects us legally because we have no lease with her, and that is her primary residence, and there's legal
And
issues.
with
that
no
come with it.
lease, it's automatically a month-to-month process.
Okay, so I'm confused on what motion we need to make.
If you choose to do it, you could make a motion for me to
Just a
send out.
notification of.
Notification of 30 days to.
And then if there's any issues that come up or anything, then we would have to make another motion to actually follow through with the lawsuit and everything.
Yeah.
Which I don't foresee.
Correct.
But we want to make sure it's all above board.
We just need a motion to give her notice of 30
Yes,
days.
and we've talked to her about it, she understands it and everything like that, so it's not going to be a surprise to her.
Okay, so I would make a motion that, to approve a termination lease of 30 days
Notification, yeah.
for the residents, residency
Of Angela Brown.
of Angela Brown.
And other occupants.
And other occupants, yes.
I will second that motion. Any additional comments? Comments from the public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, I'll get that notice out. I've already, I think, emailed you guys a proposed notice, so I'll make sure it's still accurate and put in the date.
And then the third thing is to approve a letter. I did not have time to get it to you guys in time, but to approve a letter to send to the guardians of all the residents out there to let them know that we'll be sunsetting the facility. So I don't know if we need a motion on that or not.
You could, I mean, that may be just part of administration of Sunny
Since we
Meadows, but.
Made the motion to basically close the facility within 1 year. Would it be necessary?
To do what?
To send a letter to all the guardians to let them know.
Oh, I think it's a good idea, since I think we communicated that to Angela, that we would be doing that, and.
We did, yeah.
Yeah, so I think there should be a letter.
We needed it. Okay, well, yeah, we're going to send a letter. I just don't know if it needs to be
Let's cover the bases.
looked at from, if they're okay with me, because it will be coming from the commissioners to let them know that this is what's the process.
I think if they're fine with that, I don't know that it needs an official vote, because it doesn't necessarily have any legal effect. It's just a notice of what's going on.
So if you guys are,
I'm fine with
the commissioners are fine with that, then I will send a letter explaining to the guardians that we are transitioning all residents out of Sunny Meadows.
Yes.
Well, Dottie could probably do it.
Yes. Also, thank you, Dottie, I appreciate it. During our conversations and with the committee and stuff, during the conversations and meetings, was the amount of extra work Angela's done. She has covered, I think there've been 3 or 4 openings the last year or so. She has done an excellent job covering those shifts, doing extra work above and beyond what she was originally signed up to do. And so the committee also believes that we should give her an $8,000 stipend. That's kind of what we kind of figured out when we started looking at all the extra hours and everything that she's done, including this quarterly, that that we present that to as just a help for all the things that she has done out there and stuff. So that, wish Susan was here on that, we were going to either take it out of the lighted or see if the council would fund that. We could say the lighted, then go to the council later if we need to. But I strongly believe that with all the extra work, after digging into this and seeing the amount of work that she has done, the shifts that she has covered for people, and just everything that she's done for the facility out there, I think that this is well-deserved.
I know she was very limited on her ability to take any PTO days, and the fact that she's got, what, 21?
No, she has 200.
She has
PTO days.
200 hours.
200 hours. PTO too. That would need to be paid out, of course. Is that coming after her date of?
The last day.
Her last day, yeah, it'll be with her last pay period, yeah.
Yeah.
But I would approve the stipend now, so that way she can make arrangements going forward.
Yeah.
But that's my opinion on it. You guys.
So we need a motion on the stipend.
Yes. Yep.
My only I'll make a motion to pay the $8,000. I totally agree.
I will second.
For discussion, the money is covered through
From my understanding, through the budget of what Sunny Meadows already has still budgeted there, that's where it'd be coming from. If the council doesn't approve, it'll come out of the lighted fund of ours, but.
We have a lot of extra funds because
of Sunny Meadows.
Because of the positions that have been open.
Because I'm really calculating how many hours that she saved, how much money she saved us by working all these extra hours in the employee space, that's where that money's gonna come.
Yeah, I know she hasn't had a third shift employee. Yeah, I'm sure they're substantial. I just.
The money is there.
Yeah.
Through the many conversations I've had with council and everything else, we'll be good.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I need to second his motion yet.
Yes.
I will second his motion.
You did second it, Bill.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I kind of got, yeah.
But what that is that's actually, you all would not be approving it. You are making that recommendation, and then that recommendation goes to council, and they are the ones that will technically approve it. So your motion should really be, you're making a motion.
We get it out of the lighted fund.
To recommend.
Because they're not going to meet again until after her last day.
So if you take it out of lighted funds, is that something up to you guys and
Yeah,
not
we
the
can do
council?
that.
We can,
We'd
and
still
then,
have to go to the council, I'm sure.
and do a transfer
We do
over.
transfer back into our lighted fund.
That's the route that we want to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you want to take it from the lighted fund?
Take it from the lighted fund and then go to the council and have them do a transfer.
So that's,
Because lighted's within your purview to do now.
That way we don't have to wait, because by the time her last day is the 2nd.
Yeah.
Susan's calling me,
She's
right?
calling me right now.
You want to answer it?
You can answer it if you want to, Kellen.
Hi, Susan. If we take it out of the lighted fund. Okay. 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 So Susan, who just called me, Susan Sleepers, for everybody that's watching, is stating that we don't need to make a motion on it now. We're making a recommendation to the council. They have to do, because it's a stipend, we have to do an ordinance, and then they have to be approved by the council to do it. So we'll see if I can, I'm going to strongly, I want to maybe have a recommendation from us that strongly recommends that they do this.
Yeah, that's what I said. This is really just a motion that you're recommending it
Yes.
to council.
I'll rescind my original motion and make a motion for a recommendation for the county council to pay the stipend of $8,000.
Second that motion. Any additional comments? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. She earned it.
Any other questions about Sunny Meadows right now?
I don't believe so.
And so, from my understanding of talking to Andrew, with Angela's last day being May 2nd and not having a director, then the decisions would come to the commissioners.
I think so, yes.
So, with your guys' will, I could be the point guy and then bring all those decisions to you guys, so we're not having people reaching out to all three of us. That would muddy the waters on it. So I would have the information be pointed to me. I will go out there, talk to them, and then I can bring that information to you guys on a regular basis, if that's up to you
That's
guys.
fine.
Okay.
That's fine. We can do that by consensus.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else, Dottie, from the conversations? Andrew?
No, I think so.
All right, as we wind down, anything else? Andrew, do you have anything additional?
Take a quick look here.
I don't think so at this point.
Okay, Jody?
Nope, we're good.
All right, or Jim? Yes, sir.
Hey, Larry.
You got 36 seconds.
I got 2 bids on the concrete.
Ah, yes.
I got,
What's this concrete for?
in front of the jail.
In front of the jail, on the sidewalk?
The sidewalk,
Okay,
yeah.
that's what we clarify for everybody.
I got 1 bid from Web Concrete for $29.95. And then I have another one from Cease for $3,013.
Now, is that just a slab by the jail?
Yep, the 2 right there that are right beside each other, one's kind of broke up a little bit and the other one's raised up.
Yeah.
The city is going to take care of the curb's busted up too out right there along that. But they're going to fix that at the same time.
Okay. Okay. The web was $29.95.
The other one's $30.13, so
Yeah.
there's a $15 difference.
Yeah.
I guess the decision we need to make, do we go ahead with replacing those two slabs, or do we grind the offset? It'd be a lot cheaper to grind the offset, but it could come up again, reoccur, I suppose.
So Weber's saying that what's not included would be a bad sub base. East doesn't have anything about it if there's an issue with the sub base. I see difference between the two, right? Yeah. I mean, Weber's specifically saying what's not included. East doesn't have what's not included, so.
So basically, if there's anything underneath the concrete, if it's washed out or whatever.
Well, there's a complication, there's a manhole in the middle of that one slab.
And Weber,
And so there's probably some premium added in there because they're not gonna know till they tear that out what's going on with that manhole.
The city's gonna come in, so they're thinking that has raised. So when they get the concrete tore out, the city's gonna come in and check everything there and lower that so it's down to where it's supposed to be.
What we think happened, that concrete raised up, the manhole come up with it, the riser.
Sure.
Sitting on top of the pod, come up with it. And now the whole thing is up, it's not going back down, it's probably got dirt jammed in underneath. So it won't settle back down. Motion?
So move, we accept the lower bid from Web Concrete as presented.
I'll second that.
Please.
I don't want them, but I need them.
That's how my wife gets me to do things.
Ellen, you seconded that?
Yeah. Tells me
Thank
no.
you.
Hey, second? You did. Yeah, motion second on the floor, additional comments. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
The sidewalk and the pad for the benches, you had anybody check into that yet?
What I've talked to them about is when they do this out here for the generator, having them do it.
Okay. Okay, then that's another.
Yeah, they're taking care of that. So.
Good deal.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? Last call. We are adjourned.
Thank you.